We are happy to see all of you here today joining us for this workshop. I'm Mary Sarantopoulou from ETT, the Greek NRA, and alongside with me is my co-chair Tom Nico from ARCEP. We are both chairing a BEREC Sustainability Working Group. Together we will guide you through the discussions today. So I give the floor now to the incoming BEREC chair for 2026, Mr. Marco Mismas. He is the director of ACOS, the Agency for Communication Networks and Services of the Republic of Slovenia. Please, Marco, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mary, for the floor. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to this important BEREC workshop on the environmental footprint of satellite connections. So the main aim of today's workshop is to foster an open dialogue among all the participants. I'm extremely happy, really, to see that so many of you colleagues from regulators, industry representatives, environmental experts and international organizations joined today. We are particularly eager to hear about advancements in sustainable satellite design and to learn from the work of the ITU and other bodies active in this field. Understanding and aligning with international efforts will ensure that our recommendations are both practical and globally relevant. In just a few years, the growth of satellite constellation has been incredible. What we once saw only in science fiction movies, these some thousands of satellites circling the Earth, has become our daily reality. These systems are now connecting every corner of the globe, and these constellations are reshaping global connectivity, digital inclusion, and within that, the way we are thinking about the universal service. They are bringing new opportunities to the citizens and to the places that were once practically unreachable. On the other hand, these constellations also show the limits of our planet. Problems like space junk, changes in the atmosphere, and the effects on land infrastructure remind us that technology has to stay within environmental limits. BEREC is a special place where Europe's regulators can look ahead and prepare for future challenges, including environmental side of connectivity. This workshop is not an isolated event. It forms part of BEREC's broader sustainability strategy. As Commission is preparing to update the European Electronic Communication Code, sustainability shall stand next to the connectivity as one of its important priorities. BEREC continues International Telecommunication Society efforts to measure the ICT sector's environmental footprint and to create clear sustainability indicators so that we can be more transparent about our impact on the planet. We need data-driven regulation. For this, regulators and other competent bodies must have a clear legal right and mandate to collect environmental data so that we can make the evidence-based and informed decisions. Looking ahead, BEREC stays committed to sustainability and will be working closely with EU institutions, such as the European Commission and European Satellite Agency. It will stay aligned with its activities to the European Green Deal and the UN Agenda 2030. For all this, a fruitful dialogue and cooperation with all relevant stakeholders is crucial. In today's discussion, I invite all of you to consider not only the risks, but also the solution that could bring sustainable satellite design, better data availability, and coordinated regulatory approaches. Together, we can ensure innovations and connectivity development in harmony with our planet. Thank you once again for being with us today. I wish you successful work and fruitful discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, Marco. So this workshop is part of BEREC's ongoing work on sustainability. Let's have a quick look at what BEREC has been doing in this field. As you might know, and also Marco mentioned earlier, in 2020, BEREC made sustainability a core element of its 5-year strategy, aligning with the European Green Deal and the UN 2030 agenda. Here you can see some of the most important work done by the group. In 2023, we developed sustainability indicators. Regarding indicators, we also support the work by DG Connect and JRC on the Code of Conduct, which is an ongoing task that will be, the Code of Conduct will be published at the end of the year. In 2024, we shifted the focus to end users with a report and a campaign. And this year, our focus extended to services, eco-design, and infrastructure sharing. Next slide, please. Over the last few years, also, BEREC has been doing a lot of work on satellite connectivity, which is led by the Sustainability Working Group Wireless Evolution Network. Whereas you see, they have been looking at satellite from multiple angles, like universal service, reliability, connectivity, integration into mobile networks. But today we will focus on the sustainability aspect. So next slide, please. So why this workshop? Why did we include this workshop in the work program of 2025? It's a fact that satellite constellations are expanding very fastly. They bring new opportunities for connectivity, especially where the traditional networks cannot reach, but they also pose some sustainability challenges. The environmental footprint spans across the whole life cycle, from manufacturing, launch, operation, deorbiting, and impacts. If we look at where the impact, the footprint occurs, we have the Earth impact with the ground infrastructure, material use, land use, energy demand. In the atmosphere, rocket launches and re-entering debris create emission and chemical effects. In space, we face also debris, crowded orbits, light pollution that affects astronomy, weather forecasting, and ecosystems. So this appears to be a multidimensional footprint. So this is the theme of the discussion today. So I give the floor to Tom to continue. Thank you from my side.
Yes, good morning, everyone. So I'm Tom Nico, the other co-chair of the Sustainability Working Group. So our society's demand for ever greater connectivity and ever faster connections comes at the cost of increasing the number of satellites in orbit. For instance, thousands to tens of thousands of satellites for each mega constellations. Instead, a few satellites providing global service with high capacity geostationary satellites. And according to the UN, the number of satellites in orbit could increase from 9,000 to 100,000 by 2030. This significant growth raises concerns about the environmental impact, both on Earth and in space. Next slide, please. So from the launch phase to the end of life management of satellites, the situation raises many questions. What are the greenhouse gases emissions caused by satellites? What is the risk of uncontrolled collisions in orbits of debris falling to Earth? What is the pollution of the upper atmosphere? What disruption to astronomical observations? And here is the first overview of the environmental impacts to be discussed today. So we'll see in the next sessions. Next slide, please. So in particular today, we will first touch upon existing projects and studies, discuss changes on the different topics that have been shared, showcase innovation about sustainable satellite design, good practices, also promote dialogue among regulators, industry, academia, and international bodies, and finally remind that the environmental footprints of satellites constellations is a shared challenge, so no single actor can address it alone. So we welcome you all to these events, and I have the pleasure to give the floor to our first speaker, so Vela Pinto from the European Commission, policy coordinator at the DG for Defense, Industry and Space and the DG Defis. So thank you.
Thank you. So good morning, everyone, and thank you for having us also involved in this discussion. There was already some reference to some of the activities that we are having in DG Defis, so in the space domain, and that also involves the environmental sustainability. And I would like to start by showing you that what in a few years ago was very, very strict conversation among a few stakeholders or a few researchers in space, and if we can go for the next slide, please, it's no longer the case. I just did a very quick Google search over, and this is a sum, not all of them, but just a little sample of headlines in major international outlets linked to environmental concerns of our space activities. There was already, and Tom mentioned a few numbers, of course, of the growing number of constellations. This week there were some news that a license for more 15,000 satellites is being requested on the other side of the Atlantic to add on the already existing around 13,000 satellites that are already in orbit. So we are talking in a very short deadline, we will have 30,000 satellites. And of course, there's a lot of concerns because at this moment we do dismissal. So we design to dismiss. We design to burn satellites or to burn in the atmosphere or to go to the graveyard orbit. And very recently, I got some questions on what if we just do a controlled re-entry and we bury the satellites in the bottom of the ocean. And I will come back to that reply a bit later. Can we have the next slide? So in fact, in the EU, we are also following this with some concern, of course. And in the space traffic management approach, we start already putting some elements related to not only the traffic management. So we are talking 15,000 plus 13,000. We are talking about a lot of satellites going up and down. We are talking a lot of debris. We are talking a lot of safety also that we need to take into account. And of course, we also start looking at the entire life cycle of space operations, including end of life and from design to end of life, and to ensure sustainability, because we think that we need to keep and ensure access, conduct the activities, and return from outer space safely, sustainably, and securely. Next slide, please. So, for example, on the IRIS regulation, and coming back to zooming into the sustainability part, in the IRIS Square regulation, you will see that it's the first time ever that we actually have an article. I know that the text is very dense because I tried to put all the article there, but you see that there's already a specific article linked to environmental and space sustainability. And here we have the European Union has the legal obligation to measure greenhouse gas emissions and mitigate the greenhouse gas emissions of the production, launch, and the operations of the program, and offset the same emissions. Okay. As it was also mentioned, the Green Deal, and we have the climate law, where we are aiming to be a climate neutral continent by 2050. So this means we also need to apply to ourselves on the infrastructure that we develop in the EU Space Programme and in IRIS Squared. Next slide, please. And of course, we had here some issues. And why? Because life cycle assessment is not new in space, not at all. Europe is actually in the forefront, thanks to ESA and the work that ESA has been doing for more than 12 years. So our industry actually has the know-how. We are following international standards in these fields. But what we start having is a mix of approaches on how this is done, and on the EU, we recommend a very specific method to do this calculation that is based on the PEF methods. And so it means also that we reach this point that if we are not able to measure our impacts, we have no idea what we can do to reduce our footprint and our environmental impact. This is, one-on-one and anything that we do in life is that if we are not able to measure objectively in an equal way, we are not able to know if what we are putting in place is actually realistic or not. So next slide, please. So in the EU Space Act, what we are actually proposing is precisely a proposal for a set of rules. And here we act in 3 different pillars, as you see: safety, because space is congested. We have a lot of traffic. It's like the Brussels ring. There's traffic at any moment of the day of the week, at any time. We are always in a traffic jam. We have the resilience, so we are talking also about the cyber-related aspects to cover also some aspects that are not yet covered when we are talking about space. We need to take also into account that there's a lot of things being done in every areas, but space is the only one that operates above airplanes. As I usually say, to explain my mom what I do as a profession, is like we do things above airplanes. And that means that even everything that exists of rules, usually we go until airplanes, but we forget that we are even beyond that. So we need also to take this, and in the sustainability part is precisely one of the key aspects. You have a lot of life cycle assessments that go until airplanes, but we go beyond, we go in orbit. What about including during the use phase also some indicators of what happens in the atmosphere? And in the Space Act, we are doing, in my personal opinion, we are not being very ambitious, because we are just asking, let's all do this calculation of the environmental impacts the same way. Let's do it, and let's do it in the same way. Because today, we don't know if putting a threshold of 20% less emissions, you have to reduce 20% of your emissions of your satellite constellation. We have no idea if this is realistic or not, because all the measurements that are being done, they leave so much room for interpretation that is comparing oranges with potatoes. So we need to put all ourselves in a way that we are comparing oranges to oranges, that we know what the orange looks like, what the apple looks like, and afterwards we can start thinking in extra voluntary measures and incentives to reduce environmental impacts. And this is a bit what we have in the Space Act for the sustainability part. Next slide, please. So linked to this, and to prepare a technical proposal on how we do these measurements, and financed by the European Parliament, we start developing, together with stakeholders, what we call the PEFCR for space. Maybe I know some of the faces around this table here, at least for those who are in Brussels, that are deeply involved in this project. Next slide, please. And what happens with the PEFCR for space is precisely picking up what is the method that the European Union recommends to calculate environmental impacts and adapt it to what is the space specificities. So this is what it is all about, is make sure that everything that goes above airplanes, for example, it's also included, is making sure that we have a common understanding on how we do this measurement. And this is how we will ensure transparency, comparability, will ensure also default data that can be reused so that the companies don't need to do over and over again collect data, because this is also very burden. So this is how we can also reduce the burden for the companies, and at the same time ensure transparency, comparability, enforcement, etc. Next slide, please. So the PEFCR for space is actually being developed by a group of companies, big ones, small ones, startups, research centers, universities, NGOs. We ensured a representation of at least 56% of the total European market share. And it's at least 56. Why? Because the 56 is just based on the big companies that are around the table. Then we still have the startups, we still have some SMEs, we still have universities, research centers, etc. So that is why the number is 50, minimum 56 that we ensure, but we consider that it should be around 80% actually of the market share representative. And this is part of the core group that is called the Technical Secretariat. The Technical Secretariat is a group of brilliant minds that we have in Europe that are precisely working in space and life cycle assessment. So they have a very specific know-how and experience, and they can bring also the touch of reality, because we don't want to develop a way of doing the calculation that is completely unrealistic. It needs to be feasible. It needs to be realistic. And they are also the ones who have the voting right. The voting right means that every decision is taken by a consensus in the technical secretariat on what are the rules to do this calculation. But then we also have working groups, because the working groups go in a level lower of detail based on the decisions of the technical secretariat, looking at Earth observation, position, navigation and timing, satellite communication, and in-space transport, to say for this specific categories, for these types of space missions, this is how it needs to look to do the calculation, because these have some specificities that need to be taken into account. And here, on top of the members of the technical secretariat, we also have more external space experts that are involved on this. DG DEFIS and the European Space Agency are also part of the technical secretariat. We are also working together, next slide please, working together to ensure that we have a common front on what is the ESA LCA activities and experience, and that we bring this also to this exercise. And at the same time, aiming that by end of 2027, we will have a common front. It means that if you collect data for doing a life cycle assessment in the frame of, and I'm pointing to my ESA colleague on my side, in the frame of ESA contract, for example, you will be able to reuse it in the frame of the PEFCR and the European Space Act. So no duplication of work. Next slide, please. So we start this work 8 months, 1 year ago, actually. So we opened the call for participation in the technical secretariat 1 year ago. And in 8 months, we defined a first baseline of how these calculation rules should look like. And we start developing what we call the representative products. Basically, it's benchmarks. Also because this is a way to start testing if what we are and identifying data gaps. So testing what we are proposing, feasibility, and at the same time, data gaps. And we are now entering a very important milestone that is, in fact, 2 milestones. But one is the supporting studies that are open. The call is open for participation until end of September. And I will explain a bit later. And we will also have the open consultation of the first draft of the PEFCR and the results of the representative products. Next slide, please. So as you can see, we started 1 year ago, but this is, and you see in blue and red where we are now. So we are preparing the first consultation and the call to start doing the supporting studies. But we are not even half of the journey. As you see, we are only going to end in 2027. We will still have a second consultation. We will still have an external validation of the content to make sure that it's scientific proofed, bulletproof. And there was still a lot of work to do. So as I said last week in the Eco Designs at ESA, we have now a very fat cat. And as of now, we are taking the cat to the gym to make sure that he loses some weight and is able to run the marathon. So and for this, we need, of course, everyone's help, because without the real life examples, we will not be able to make sure that it's as realistic as possible. Next slide, please. So one of ways of doing it realistic is precisely on the supporting studies. The supporting studies is nothing less than a proof of concept, a demonstrator. Let's go to like this. So we are going to pick up the first draft after the consultation and all the comments and the external reviewers' comments to it. We will pick that and we will go to real cases and do a life cycle assessment. We will calculate an environmental footprint of whatever space mission that is selected. And this is also an opportunity for the companies, because this will allow them to have free consultancy services, because it will be our contractors that will do all the life cycle assessment. So the investment for the companies for 1 year of work is around 5 to 20 days. Because you will still need to do the data collection yourself, of course. You will still need to comment the LCA report, but at the end, you will get a full life cycle assessment, including the confidential part. It will always remain with you, plus some lessons learned and recommendations to apply life cycle assessment in your product and in your business. So if you are, next slide, please. So if you want to participate, you can scan this QR code. Sorry, I'm up. And you will land on the application form that you can fill in, and we will communicate the selection by mid-October. And then the work will start in 2026. It will be during the year 2026 the supporting studies will take place. Then also book in your calendar, because 15 October is when we do we kick off the open consultation of the first draft. And this is the moment also to provide inputs, ideas, things like, this doesn't make a lot of sense, or this seems a bit weird, maybe it will not work. And this is the moment that anyone can plug in and provide us our comments. Everything will be read and dealt. We have a full team to do that because we are expecting a lot of interest. And the consultation will be closed on 30th of November. So you will have around a month and a half to do this. And coming back to my initial question, what is best, what is less bad from the two evils? Burying satellites at the end of the sea or burning them in the atmosphere? Honestly, today we don't know. And one of the reasons that we don't know, there's multiple reasons. Why? Because there's still some fundamental science that needs to be developed. We know that, for example, 80% of the heavy metals, aluminum particles, copper, for example, in the high layers of the atmosphere comes from space. We know that this has an effect in the ozone layer. We do know that burying things in the ocean is also not very healthy, at least for the ecosystems. But as we don't measure all in the same way, we are not collecting information that will allow any company, any policymaker to make an informed decision on, or even to establish rules on end of life of satellites and ensure sustainability in orbit and on Earth should look like. So I echo some of the words that we already heard here, that is a common joint effort. And it's not just about the right thing to do, it's also because doing these measurements will also allow to identify hotspots in the supply chain, reduce costs, operational costs, and make better decisions to make sure that our kids and our grandchildren will still be able to access space and look at the stars. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for this insightful presentation. We now give the floor to Marie Lepelec, who is the Sustainability Strategy Coordinator at the European Space Agency. Thank you, Marie. Please have the floor.
Thank you. Hard to continue after that, but I will try. So I will give you the ESA view on all this. So I don't know if we can have the slides, but I will just give you an overview of what I will talk about. Basically, it will be a general overview of what ESA is doing in terms of space sustainability initiatives. It's not holistic, it's not exhaustive, but yeah, it gives you an overview. So I will give, next slide, please. I will just go through the ESA approach to space sustainability, and then we'll have a focus on Earth and a focus on Earth orbit, just to mention a few things that we're doing. So next slide. The way ESA is, obviously, we are committed to being a responsible actor in space, and it means several things for us. It means that we are looking at three different environments, and if we go to the next slide, we can see that for us, it's really important to look into these three different but very interconnected environments, as it was mentioned by Vera before: the Earth orbit, and also the moon and deep space. So obviously ESA's goal, ESA's mission is to bring benefits to Earth, and sustainability benefits are included in there, as well as telecommunication or navigation. But when it comes to sustainability, the main things that we see we can bring to Earth is, on one side, the data and the services that we generate can help climate change mitigation and remediation, disaster management. There's another part that is technology transfer. Everything that we develop on the ISS, for example, or for different missions, can sometimes be transferred to Earth to support better recycling of water, for example. So all this is our sustainability benefits that we're bringing. But moving on, it's animated. Sorry, I didn't know that I would have the stick. But the point of today, I think, is to say, yes, we bring value to the Earth, but we have to do it while minimizing our impact. again, across the 3 environments. So for us, it means on Earth, reducing our impact, climate change impact, ozone layer depletion, biodiversity. In Earth orbit, we're talking about space debris, of course, and managing congestion that was well explained before. And because we're also planning to go to the moon and deep space, there are also very different aspects that we're looking into there in terms of managing resources, preventing contamination, and managing all the waste that all the missions that are going to the moon very soon will bring. So if we go to the next slide or next animation, what I will talk about is on Earth a few programs, including the Green Agenda, and in Earth orbit, I will talk about the Zero Debris Charter. So on Earth, the Green Agenda, if we move to the next slide, the Green Agenda is basically a program that we have at ESA that has 2 pillars and 2 big objectives. One is maximizing sustainability benefits. I will not focus on that. And the other one is minimizing our impact. It means that we had a look at our emissions and we committed to reduce our impact both on our direct emissions, 46% reduction, and our indirect emissions with our suppliers, 28% reduction. That's our goal for 2030. So if we move to the next slide, when we did the baseline assessment, that was in 2019, we saw that basically most of our impact is in our scope 3. So it means our supply chain and our external activities. And I think out of this, it's around 70% that is linked to our space programs. So that's where we have to act. And it's actually the most challenging because that's where we have very limited control and we need to work together, as Vera was saying, to make sure that we all together find solutions here. And the last part is that obviously it's longer term. It's not as easy as changing, putting solar panel on the roof. It's really long-term technology development that will go to future missions. So the impact is really looking long-term. So if we go to the next slide, what we have been doing at ESA for a decade is to measure. We developed an approach to do life cycle assessment specific to space missions, and there are a lot of specificities. So we did a lot of them on different missions, whether it was on the ground or our rockets or our satellites, to better understand where our hotspots are. And if we go to the next slide, we can have a very simplified view of what these hotspots are. And obviously, it's really simplified, but you can have a view of what is our impact on global warming or in mineral resource depletion or ozone layer depletion in the different phases of the space mission life. And if we look at the bubbles, it's basically an indication of where we have a big impact. And in our view, we don't see that as an issue, but an opportunity for action. So the biggest the bubble is, the biggest opportunity we have to reduce the impact. So obviously a big bubble in launch, whether it's the rocket and the launch itself, but also in the propellant manufacturing, it's obviously a big impact for global warming. And we are looking into solutions to develop greener solutions there. There are also other aspects. For example, during the manufacturing phase, we have a lot of materials that are sometimes rare, like rare earth for the electronics. It's a big impact for mineral resource depletion. And obviously testing is another one because it uses a lot of energy to do all the testing of our satellites. So we take that into account. And if we move to the next slide, what we are doing now is basically planning for the long term. How do we use all the knowledge that we have developed for the last decade? So obviously, one of the consequences is that we have a lot of data. So we have a robust database that we can now use to do more LCAs and more accurate LCAs. We have also developed a guideline for us, but also for our suppliers, so that we try to communicate in the same way, because as Vera was saying, that's a very important aspect, or we can't compare results. The other aspect, I was mentioning it earlier, is that we need alternative solutions. So we need to develop these new technologies, these new processes, products. And we have a technology roadmap where we are capturing all the big impacts and big solutions that we need, so that we put the money where we can develop the right technologies. And the final aspect of our plan is to implement eco-design. So for a decade, we have been measuring. What we want now is to reduce our impact. So out of all the information and the knowledge that we have collected, we're now moving to the next phase. That is that for all programs, we are asking for eco-design, and it means assessing what could be done and reporting on what has been done in the end. So if we move to the next slide. I didn't check that. Okay, so in terms of, because we were mentioning earlier the challenges, what are the challenges for LCA in eco-design? For us, in the 10 years that we have been doing LCA with our partners, what we have seen is obviously that data collection is a significant issue and a significant burden. So we're developing templates to simplify data collection and to streamline data collection, so that we don't do it again and again with all our suppliers. Data availability is obviously another aspect that is complex, because usually it's good to do an LCA early in the design, so we have information early to change things. But obviously early in the design, we don't have all the data. So we are developing simplified LCA, which is an approach where we don't need all the data. We use generic data sets so that we can have a broad idea. It's like a blurry picture, but a blurry picture is better than nothing, and allows us to have a good indication of the big hotspots that we could have in each program. But obviously, it requires a robust database that we're always developing. Obviously, the perceived burden of doing all these LCA has been something that we looked into, and we have chosen for the eco-design approach to adopt a flexible approach, which means that we are only trying to focus on the main hotspots, the big hotspots where we can have an impact. We don't want to change everything, but just to change the things that will have a significant impact. We mentioned costs before. For us, doing things early in design will address this issue of costs. Obviously, if we can make these changes early, it has less impact than if we decide to change everything later in the process. And finally, the technology availability, as I mentioned before, is an issue, and we recognize that ESA has a role to play here in supporting technology maturation to make sure that in the future we have alternatives to address the hotspots. So out of all these, we developed, if we go to the next step, next slide, we developed our eco-design policy that is now live, and it means systematic implementation on all our activities and programs. And we are asking for all projects to have a simplified LCA in the beginning and in the early phase of the project. That's a simplified approach with simplified data collection, which gives us the significant hotspots and an idea of what could be the eco-design alternatives. And then at the end of the project, in a more advanced phase, we ask for a full LCA where we actually see what has been done, what has been reduced. It helps for our reporting, and it also helps for informing what we need to develop in the future in our roadmap, and giving data for our database. So if you move to the next slide, I tried, and this is really my view, so don't quote me on this one, but because the topic of today was satellite constellations, I tried to have a think about what does it mean eco-design when we talk about constellations. And obviously on the left-hand side, you have the specificities of constellations. And obviously it's different when we talk about 10 or thousands of satellites in a constellation, but you usually have a large number of satellites and a common platform to all these satellites. You also have standardized components and a shorter lifetime. If we take that into account and look into what is the opportunity for eco-design, you can actually see that it can have an exponential effect on the opportunity that we have. For example, for the platform, optimizing a platform that is reused 100 times will have a huge impact compared to a one-off. So if we eco-design one platform, or if we eco-design one platform used 100 times, the impact is major. So that's also something that we are looking at ESA in terms of standardization of platforms. We believe that it's the future in terms of making sure that when we do something, it has a larger impact. So for us, it's an opportunity. Same for the mass reduction. It will have a big impact because it's applied to multiple satellites, multiple launches, so it will have a massive reduction. Material choices is also important. I was talking about rare earth and in the electronics. If we make a good decision here, it will be a good decision that will apply in multiplied ways. And finally, the testing is also something that can be optimized. If we say it's a platform that is a common design, if the components are the same, we can reduce the number of testing and reduce the energy use. So all these aspects for us are opportunities that we can explore when we talk about satellite constellations. So if we try to look into the bright side of things, that would be my takeaway. If we move to the next slide, obviously there is a bright side, but we can't ignore that there are gaps, and it was mentioned before, but for us, atmospheric impacts are a significant aspect that we can't ignore. So the way ESA is addressing this is that we are working on 4 pillars. The first one is that we're trying to understand. So we want to share knowledge and organize workshops with all the experts to share the knowledge. We also want to participate in the sampling to just get the data up there and with balloons or planes to get the data to really understand where we are at, to develop ground testing, so facilities that replicate the environment so that we can better understand breakups, how the chemical reactions are happening, and finally go to modeling with all that information, because the goal is ultimately to better simulate and predict so that, and if we move to the next slide, so that we can move to LCA. So for us, the goal is really to have that included in LCAs in the future. So that was for Earth. And obviously, Earth is not the only issue. We also have Earth orbit. So here we're talking about space debris. And I will go back to your example, Vera, about what do we do about satellites where they are at the end of their life. So at ESA, what we have decided is that we will have a zero debris approach. So it means that for all our internal projects, so our own missions, we have developed specific requirements that go beyond the general requirements. So for example, we move out of the way very quickly, and it means re-entry. So it means an impact on the atmosphere. So we are looking into that and what it means. That's our own approach, but there's also another aspect that we believe in, and that's the global community that is supporting that effort. So that's the Zero Debris Charter, and it's a community of entities looking into technical solutions, priorities, and I think these two go hand in hand, because there's what we want to do ourselves, but there's also what we can do together. So if we move to the next slide, I think it's important to mention that when we talk about zero debris, yes, there is this objective of we move out of the way and we re-enter quickly. But ultimately, our real objective, our long-term objective is circular economy. So maybe instead of burning or going to the ocean, it could stay up and be reused for something else. That's our ultimate goal, and that's where we are developing activities at the moment. And if we move to the next slide, we can have an overview of all these activities. And I will not give you a list, the list of all of them, but you can just get a view of the different steps that we need to develop in orbit servicing, or in space servicing, as we are calling it now. The first step is obviously grabbing, then you need to inspect, then another aspect is being able to service a satellite. Like, all these are levels of technologies that are going up, and so we are trying to help technology maturation of all this, with the goal that is the far goal that would be achieving circularity and being able to obviously extend the life cycle, the life of the mission, and also explore things like recycling in the far future. If we go to the next slide, I just wanted to give you one example of these missions. It's the RISE mission, and I find that the ESA role here is interesting because our colleagues that are developing this mission have developed it in a way where the first part is ESA supporting technology maturation. So we're supporting this first step of demonstration of the technology. So it will go up. ESA will make the technology, develop the technology, and do the demonstration. So the satellite goes up. It will do the rendezvous with another satellite and capture the other satellite. But then when this is demonstrated, so it's planned for 2028, it will move to our commercial partner that will do the rest of the servicing of satellites. So we demonstrate the technology and we make it ready for a commercial partner to actually make a business out of it. And for us, that's a key thing as well. It's very nice to think about sustainability as a must-do, but it actually has to make sense economically, so we have to support that. If we move to the next slide, again, I wanted to have a think about what does it mean for satellite constellation, and I feel like one of the key aspects is that obviously we're talking about standardized, and it can help with modular upgrades of satellites for life extension that can be easier than when we do it for one-off satellite. So next slide is, I think, my conclusion. And what I wanted to just give as a takeaway message is that, yes, satellite constellations are a major shift and a major challenge, but they are also opportunities that we can see in terms of what does it mean to have something standardized for eco-design and in space servicing. It could be made easier because of that standardization. So there's a hope here that we can have a bigger impact when we do eco-design. The cost opportunity is obviously that if we do optimization, and Vera mentioned it before, it means energy saving, resource saving, and that can actually reduce costs. So we want to focus on these low-hanging fruits in terms of the ones that are actually making sense from an economic point of view. But we also see the opportunity of all these gaps, technology gaps that we have today, because we don't have all the alternative solutions. For us, it is an opportunity to innovate and to be more competitive for Europe, to develop solutions and be competitive in the global space economy. So we are seeing that as an opportunity to develop new technologies. And finally, to make the link with Vera's presentation, obviously regulation is coming. So it's better to adapt early and to be proactive than to change at the last meeting, because it's always more costly. So obviously adapting to regulatory change and helping our partners adapting to these changes is also important in our view. That's it for me.
We'll have a Q&A session until 11:10. So please, in the room, if you have some questions, feel free to ask. And online also, we will just read the question online. Yes, please. And please, it's possible to you to present yourself when you ask questions.
Yes, of course. So my name is, good morning to everybody. My name is Thomas Velter from the French Spectrum Agency, ANFR. And I wish to thank you both for these excellent presentations. I have a question on the EU Space Act. I'm very pleased to note that it contains a set of rules on security, resilience, and sustainability. My question is on the applicability of this EU Space Act. Does it only apply to the European operators, or does it also apply to operators from other regions, like US-based operators, or maybe in future Chinese-based operators who might want to provide services in the European Union? The reason I ask this question is that in Article 2 of the Space Act, it is explicitly mentioned that this regulation does not apply to the authorization or management of radio spectrum governed by other decisions from the EU. However, the regulation applies to the following space services providers, which are the space operators. So does this regulation apply to US-based operators, for example, who provide services in the European Union? If they use control stations or gateway stations in Europe. The reason is also to provide a level playing field between the European operators and also the operators from outside of the EU, in order to have a fair competition between both sets of operators. And I wanted to know if there was a link between this EU Space Act and the European Code of Electronic Communications. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your question. I will reply to it from the perspective, of course, of sustainability, because that is also what brought us here. So the European Space Act, the objective is to create the space internal market. So it means that it acts on space data and services provided within the European single market. So similar to other regulations that also act on the EU internal market, it means that EU and non-EU, as long as they are providing services within the internal market, they need to comply with a set of regulations. You mentioned the Article 2 on radio and spectrum, and the simple question is because that is a national competency. It's not EU competency on radio spectrum. So we don't act on that because that is not up to us to do that. We can coordinate an European approach in the frame of the international organizations linked to spectrum, but that is a national competency. So it's not up to the member states to manage that. We don't act on that. We act on safety, resilience, sustainability. And it means that an operator delivering on launching or delivering a space data and services in EU, he needs to, at licensing, to launch or to operate, fulfill the minimum requirements of the EU space license: safety, resilience, and sustainability. So it means that in the frame of the sustainability, it would need to provide the information linked to cloud calculation and the environmental footprint declaration, that is a summary of the hotspots of that system. No? So it's similar to other regulations that exist. As long as it provides services within EU internal market, it has to comply with the rules of the EU internal market independently of where it's located. And the Space Act will only apply, and this is what we have in the proposal, is that the application will enter into force as of 2030. But again, this is ongoing negotiations. A lot can change. So it would mean that any new license to operate or to launch would need to be compliant, as of 2030, would need to compliant with the requirements. So in the frame of the sustainability, what we ask is, please do the calculation. Please do the calculation following the same rules. Please deliver the data sets that were used, confidential, anonymized, etc. So, like Marie was saying, the data is the problem. The more data we have, the more information is possible for the companies at early stage to do and make decisions. So this is what we are asking in the frame of the Space Act. I hope I replied to your question.
James and Alexandra.
Yeah, James Matthews from Eutelsat. I have one question about the calculation rules. We're part of the technical secretariat working on the PFCR. Perhaps I should know the answer to this question, I'm not sure. But are the rules part of a implementation act? Is that how it's formalized?
Yes, the idea is that the output of the PFCR for space will be the technical input for the implementing acts of the European Space Act. So in the environmental articles in the chapter, we say that everyone needs to do a calculation. The calculation should be based on PEF, and the Commission will come in a later stage with an implementing act to determine how, to provide the guide on how to solve the equation. And the objective is to use the output of the PFCR for space as a technical input for that implementing act. So that's a big responsibility for you, James. Huh? You're part of the developing the rules.
And after Alexandra.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much for this very interesting presentation. I'm Alexandra Bédieu, and I work for the French Regulatory Authority, ARCEP. I have a question for Vera. When you mentioned the term license, and you say that every operator that wants to provide service in the EU has to comply with this EU Space Act after 2030. What do you mean exactly by the term license? What do you mean? It's a space operation license, it's a launching license, or do you want to go further and means, for example, license to provide electronical services in Europe?
We act on launching license and license to operate satellites. Okay, only that. But please, today the topic is environmental sustainability of satellite constellations. And I'm pretty sure you might have also a lot of questions related to acts. The Space Act is being discussed at this moment at the council level with the member states representatives. And there's a public, you can provide public feedback to the text of the law, positive and negatives, please, also, more than welcome. Because that will also be used for the ongoing negotiations with Council and Parliament that will start once we have the general and the okay from the Council. I brought the Space Act here from the perspective of the sustainability and environmental requirements. And of course, the rest of all of these questions that you're asking in details, this is being also currently being discussed with the member states representatives in the council. I just had a meeting yesterday, and I can tell you that they do have also a lot of questions. But I would suggest to focus also on the BEREC workshop and the reason why we are here today. Thank you. And of course, you can approach me in the coffee break, but at least, to keep the focus on the environmental sustainability. Thank you.
Any other questions? Yes, please, Jordi. Thank you.
Hi, Jordi Casanova from Amazon Kuiper. I had a question also for Vera regarding the environmental footprint studies that the Commission is conducting. I wanted to understand, has there been a methodology that has already been developed, or are you planning to develop that after you get participation from industry? I think you mentioned that it's until the end of September. And what is the role for industry to participate in that process after September?
Thank you for your question. So to clarify, we are developing the way to do the calculation, and this is an ongoing process that will end of 2027. So there's multiple rounds, multiple testings. So the studies that I mentioned is what we call the supporting studies, is basically picking up what has been decided so far by the members of the technical secretariat and the working group. So the experts, including James, that is following also the SATCOM, is one of our brains around the table. So the idea of the supporting studies is to do an LCA study based on what has been decided as term of rules of calculation so far. But this is an ongoing process. This is the fat cat going to the gym. This means that we need to take the cat to the gym, see how he behaves, and define a plan for him to lose the weight that we need for him to be operational. So this is an ongoing process and ongoing. So that is an opportunity that exists that you can propose, the companies can propose now. Look, I fulfill one of, I don't know, I provide SATCOM video services, so therefore I would like to participate in a supporting study. There is a limit budgetarily, so it doesn't mean that if we get 20 applications that we will be able to get the 20 on board, because there's a budgetary limit to this. EU has a lot of resources, but it also has its limits. But then there's other opportunities for participation. For example, we have the open consultation in mid-October. There will still be a second representative product modeling also starting next year. There will also be another open consultation. There's still the possibility to share some data or participate as working group experts in the upcoming meetings that will happen over the year until 2027. The most intense and hard work was done until beginning of this summer. So from October last year until beginning of the summer in 2025, where all the experts, we were having 5 meetings per month to define these baseline rules. Now the rhythm will slow down a bit more because again, we need to go to do this test drive and see how it works. And then to start fine-tuning, but they will still, we have already plans for meetings and interactions beginning of 2026 with the industry stakeholders. So there's still, but that, what I would suggest, if there's an interest, reach out to me or reach out to the functional mailbox that we have for the projects, and then we will start from there and see all and list all the opportunities. Thank you.
Yes, please, Mario, take the floor.
Thank you. Good morning. And first of all, thanks for organizing this workshop. My name is Mario Neri from Telesat, another satellite operator. A question. So with respect to within the framework of the EU Space Act, do I understand correctly that the methodology is related, and no worries, it's also a question for Isa. But do I understand correctly that the methodologies for FCR and life cycle assessment are both relevant? There are 2 separate things that feed into the EU Space Act, or are we talking about the same thing?
We are talking about the same thing. FCR is a life cycle assessment method. Okay, so it's exactly LCA is that, imagine the room, and FCR is room for A. Okay. So it's the way that it is done, in this case specifically to the space activities, as ESA LCA handbook, for example. It's also an LCA method. And what we are trying to do, both organizations, is on work in progress to, by end of 2027, for both types of how we do this life cycle assessment be aligned. Okay. So this is an ongoing process. So the PEFCR for space is the fancy name that we call it on our side, because the PEF method, that is a method of performing a life cycle assessment, is the recommended by the Commission, and it follows ISO standards, international best science-based evidence on how to do this life cycle assessment. And from there, you can derive for sector specific. So for example, there's a PEFCR for beer. There's a PEFCR for textile. There's a PEFCR for footwear. There's being under development a PEFCR for tourism accommodation. So we are not the only ones. We are just the only ones that goes beyond airplanes. There's even one PEFCR for aviation, for example, being developed too. So in that sense, is picking what is the generic, the high level, the heading, and then going a level down to how we do it specific to us. And in our case, what we are doing is picking up these standard methods that is recommended at EU, because EU is a regulator, ESA is an international organization. So it means that we need to agree on things. It's not that EU can go to ESA and say, you are now obliged to follow our law. So there's here also some legal international law requirements that we need to take into account. But nevertheless, what happens in this frame is that we are trying to have a common front on what concerns life cycle assessment and how to do it. And the PEFCR is the how we do it. The ESA LCA guidelines is how we do it. Okay, I hope I clarified. I don't know, Marie, if you want to comment.
Perfect.
We have a couple of questions from the chat, from the... Oh, sorry. Okay.
Yeah, just one question regarding the PFCR that we just mentioned. So you both talk about the high emission, the atmosphere in the high emissions, and we know that it has huge impact. And so is this including the scope of the PRC right now? Is it going to happen in the coming years or no?
We are entering very technical details, but the simple and the shortest reply, yes. But we do know that there's some gaps, knowledge gaps, data gaps, there's limited information that we can have. So by having a common way of doing it, it means that all the gaps will be considered the same way by everyone. And then there's the R&D work of ESA and other research institutions, even worldwide universities. We have a lot of people that are also looking at that. My first slide that showed the news, this is actually quite trendy now, even in the research world, on atmospheric impacts, not just in Europe, but also I'm just coming to my mind an expert in LA University. So there's a lot of research ongoing. There's even common projects from CNES, NOAA, JAXA looking at this, and that in the future will serve to fill these gaps that are identified now. But as the gaps are identified now, it means that everyone has the same gaps, everyone has the same information to provide, so there's no cherry picking to what suits us best to make us more environmental friendly, let's put it this way. And that will also help us to define research priorities, because again, resources are limited. So by identifying all these gaps, we'll also allow to afterwards invest in certain areas where there's more need for research or even technological developments, etc. Marie?
I will just add to that right now for ESA, we don't include it because we don't have enough information, and we use the LCA as the method, and the LCA is looking at a set of environmental indicators, and right now we don't have enough information for the atmospheric impacts. So we don't is the short, or we don't enough, because we know that there's more and that we don't capture the more. So right now it's not captured per se. And our goal is to develop the modeling so that it will become part of the LCA in the future, because the power of the LCA is to also compare indicators between them and to say, well, for this one, yes, it increases a bit resource use, but it has a huge impact on carbon footprint reduction. So let's do this still. So it helps with the trade-off. If it's not part of the LCA, we can't make a decision because it's not part of all the rest of the list. So right now, the short answer is we don't, but we want to fix it.
But you say it's a long process, and when is the next update planned then?
For now, in the ESA LCA guidelines, we have a section for atmospheric impacts. So it's like we have the box, but the box is empty. So it's ready to be there, but we need to add the data so it's there. And that's we can't tell you when the data, because some data is already there. Like we know that when we launch, we have an impact on ozone layer depletion. The issue is that we know there's more when we launch, there's more when we re-enter, and we're not yet capturing that. So we need to add this data to the database so that next, when you include a launch, when you include a re-entry in your life cycle assessment, it will show the impact. Right now, it's an empty box. And I don't know when we will fill the box.
If we can take also the few questions from the chat very quickly. Merv, do you want to pose your question online? Or Mathieu is the next one. Mathieu Duray. Please take the floor.
Yes. Yeah. So it was just the first question was bouncing on the first one on the LCA policy, and I know you discussed that last week at ESA, but I didn't get the plan for communication and the dates for the rollout of this LCA policy.
Do you mean the eco-design policy then?
Yes. Sorry, eco-design policy. Yeah.
Oh, good. So it is live now. It has been approved, so it means that from now it will be implemented for all projects. What it means in like very tangible terms, it means that every project will have to have an eco-design plan in early phase and an eco-design report in the final stage. So right now we are not, and Vera mentioned it before too, like we are not at a stage where we can say, please reduce your impact by 20%. But we want you to show us what the performance was, and to justify in each project what can be done, what could have been done, but there was a missing technology, and to feed that into our roadmap for technology development.
We will have a connection with Ulpia. She will present, she's a space policy officer and a delegate at the United Nations COPWAS. Please, Ulpia, take the floor.
I'm speaking today as the chair of the Scientific and Technical Subcommittee of the United Nations Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space. And I would really like to thank BEREC for organizing this timely workshop on the environmental footprint of satellite constellations and for inviting a UN member state perspective. And because we have here regulators, industry experts, scientists, international bodies, it's exactly the kind of broad collaboration we need to address the sustainability challenges posed by large constellations. I'm also very pleased to share the session with our colleagues from the ITU, reflecting really the essential coordination across sectors in our efforts. Of course, it's nothing. Yes, okay. Thank you very much. We live in an era when outer space activities are expanding faster than ever before. Satellite constellations in low Earth orbit are transforming global connectivity and services, bridging the digital divide with broadband from space, supporting agriculture, banking, transportation, disaster management, and climate science. This venture promised to improve lives and advance sustainable development worldwide. Yet, as we harness these benefits, we must also confront the accompanying responsibilities. The rapid deployment of thousands of satellites is forcing us to ask, how can we ensure that this growth remains safe, sustainable, and equitable for all nations? From the beginning of the space age, the United Nations recognized that outer space must be used responsibly and for the benefit of the humanity. The foundational Outer Space Treaty of 1967 enshrined key principles guiding space activities. It affirmed that space exploration shall be carried out for the benefit and in the interest of all countries and shall be the province of all mankind. It also requires states to conduct their activities with due regard to others and to avoid harmful contamination of outer space, adverse changes to the Earth environment. Furthermore, states bear international responsibility for national space activities, including those by private companies, and must authorize and continually supervise them. These principles, international cooperation, due regard, prevention of harmful impacts, and oversight of non-governmental actors form the bedrock of space sustainability and remain as relevant today as ever. Fast forward, maybe click, please. Okay. Fast forward to today, we see an unprecedented diversification and intensification of space use. At the turn of the century, only about 14 countries had satellite operators. Now satellites from, I think, 91 countries, but maybe you have more recent data, have reached orbit, and commercial actors, large and small, have become major drivers of space activity. The emergence of mega constellations, numbering in hundreds of or thousands of satellites, is a paradigm shift. This brings exciting opportunities to extend services, like global internet coverage, as well as new economic opportunities. However, it also brings urgent technical, legal, environmental, and geopolitical challenges that must be addressed multilaterally. No single nation or entity can manage these issues alone, and I strongly believe that a coordinated international approach is what we need, exactly the mandate of COPUOS for the past 6 decades. And one of the most immediate and visible challenges of large constellation is the issue of space debris and orbital crowding. Earth orbital environment, especially low orbit, is not an infinite resource, and I think the colleagues from ITU knows best. It's a finite and vulnerable. Decades of space activities have left tens of thousands of tracked objects into orbit, which are now circling the planet, ranging from millimeter-sized or spent rocket upper stages. It might be small or inactive, but they travel at very high velocities. And of course, all of us knows a collision with even a tiny fragment can disable an active spacecraft. What we know now that a major collision can generate a cloud of new debris, potentially triggering a chain reaction for further collision, a nightmare scenario known as the Kessler syndrome that everybody heard of. And this steadily accumulating orbital debris threatens the operational viability of future missions if we do not take action. The international community, through COPUOS, recognized the debris threat early and has taken steps to mitigate it. After years of scientific study and negotiation, COPUOS adopted a set of space debris mitigation guidelines in 2017, which were subsequently endorsed by the UN General Assembly in Resolution 62/27. These guidelines remain a cornerstone of space sustainability efforts. In essence, they urge all spacefaring actors to take common sense but crucial measures at every stage of a mission's life cycle. For example, missions should limit debris released during normal operations, minimize the potential for explosions or breakups in orbit, avoid intentional destruction of spacecraft, and remove spacecraft from orbit after the end of mission, whether by controlled re-entry or moving them to graver orbits. Taken together, the guidelines aim to curb the creation of new debris and reduce the long-term presence of defunct objects in valuable orbit. Though not legally binding, they were agreed by global consensus, and the General Assembly invited all member states to implement these voluntary guidelines to the greatest extent feasible. I'm really happy to know that many national space agencies, private operators, and even licensing regulators have incorporated this debris mitigation best practices into their standards or regulations. They are making a difference. For instance, we see improving rates of satellite disposal at end of life, but compliance is still far from universal and definitely not enough to stabilize the orbital environment. Definitely, we must do more, and we must do it together. Building on the debris guidelines, COPUOS achieved another milestone in 2019 with the adoption of the guidelines for long-term sustainability of outer space activities, or the LTS guidelines. After an 8-year process involving experts from over 90 member states, the committee agreed on 21 guidelines that broaden our sustainability toolkit. These guidelines covered 4 broad areas: the policy and regulatory framework for space activities, safety of space operations, international cooperation, capacity building and awareness, and scientific and technical research and development. In other words, they address not only technical measures, but also the policy, international development aspects of sustaining the space environment. Actually, the adoption of the LTS guidelines was a historic moment for COPUOS because it was the first time such a comprehensive set of best practices was agreed at the UN level to enhance the safety and sustainability of space operations. It was called the most significant achievement of COPUOS in a decade, but beyond celebrating this agreement, COPUOS was clear that our work was not finished. And in the same 2019 session, the committee agreed to establish a new working group to further advance the LTS agenda. We recognize that as technology and utilization evolved, so must our guidelines and their implementation. The focus now is on turning these guidelines into action. COPUOS encouraged member states and international organizations to implement the LTS measures voluntarily to the greatest extent practicable. We also serve as a forum for continued dialogue on emerging issues and for sharing experience in implementation. For example, member states report on their national practices aligned with the LTS and debris mitigation guidelines, successes, challenges, lessons learned. This exchange helped everyone raise their game, and the Office for the Outer Space Affairs, the UN Office for the Outer Space Affairs, the UNOSA, is helping build the capacity so that developing countries can also participate in and benefit from a sustainable space domain. In short, really, COPUOS' role is to develop the normative frameworks and encourage compliance, but rely on broad international uptake. Really, I would like to acknowledge the important role of institutions and stakeholders, industry norms, technical standards bodies, national regulators in complementing the UN's efforts. And I know the work that has been undertaken in the International Telecommunication Union as the custodian of the radio spectrum has a crucial hand in space sustainability. Sustainability in outer space is not only about physical debris or orbits, it also extends to preserving the space environment for science and to limit the impacts on Earth environment. And I would like to address now the issue of night sky and astronomy, which is also very important because with the rapid growth of large constellations, that the community has raised concern in the astronomical observation. When thousands of satellites are orbiting, many of them reflecting sunlight or emitting radio signals, they can significantly interfere with ground-based observation of the universe. Astronomers have observed bright strikes, photobombing, telescope images, and an elevated background of light that can wash out faint celestial objects. Radio astronomers too report increased noise floor due to transmissions or reflections from numerous satellites. This is not just a niche problem, it affects our ability to study near-Earth asteroids, to understand climate, weather patterns, explore further the universe. There are also cultural and ecological dimensions. For millennia, humans around the world have looked up, have checked an unspoiled night sky for inspiration. And I think there are many communities that are talking about the heritage of dark skies. Indigenous communities all over, they are bringing this issue to the table. Recognizing this, COPUOS has taken up the issue under the Dark and Quiet Skies for Science and Society. In 2020 and in 2021, there were also conferences organized with the International Astronomical Union and with UNOSA. And I think this year, in early December, the UNOSA is also organizing an important event, a workshop on this topic. As As I noted, there is no single country or single group that can solve this alone. It demands coordinated action and cooperation worldwide. And I believe that under the COPUOS umbrella, member states are now discussing measures such as limiting the optical brightness of satellites, sharing orbital information to avoid pointing telescopes at crowded sectors, also protecting certain radio astronomy bands on observatory sites from interference, with the goal to enable the coexistence of satellite constellations with the astronomical research. We view both as important. Satellites serve society in many ways, and astronomy enriches our knowledge and culture, and we are committed to finding this balance. Another aspect that I want to mention is the terrestrial environmental footprint of space activities. When we consider the full life cycle of satellite constellations, we must acknowledge impacts on Earth environment as well. Manufacturing hundreds or thousands of satellites, building rockets to launch them, constructing ground stations and user terminals, and operating data centers for space-based services, all of these have an ecological footprint. They consume energy, materials, they emit greenhouse gases and pollutants. And well, an example, frequent launch campaigns for constellations produce CO2 and black carbon emissions that can affect the atmosphere, including the ozone layer in some cases. We do not have a clear picture, or at least I don't, of this total footprint, as we'd like. Data can be limited in some cases, but studies are now starting to analyze, and I think I've heard some discussions before, the life cycle environmental impacts on satellite constellations, including these effects. And I think from my perspective, this having a holistic perspective is very important, because it reminds us the sustainability in space is connected to the sustainability on Earth. Underlying all these specific issues, maybe there are more: debris, radio interference, dark skies, climate impacts, is really a common truth. We need strong international cooperation and coordination across borders and across sectors to overcome these challenges. Satellites launched by one country can affect many other countries. The actions or inactions of a single company can have a ripple effects on the entire orbital ecosystem. Regulators, standards needed to be obviously harmonized so that best practices apply universally, not just in some jurisdictions. We must avoid really a patchwork where an operator could shop for some rules that would undermine everyone. Instead, we would like to strive together towards globally applicable norms and rules of the road for space activities. And this is exactly what COPUOS was created to facilitate. It's a unique global forum where really all nations established or emerging spacefaring come together under the UN to build consensus on such norms, on such rules of the road. And what can I say more? I think we must break the silos. I think we have to work hand in hand. And the fact that we are trying to do that is really this workshop from the very beginning. Within COPUOS, the scientific and technical subcommittee that I chair is really the forefront of these many discussions. We tackle the technical underpinnings, from improving space object collision avoidance, data exchanges, to natural disaster management via satellites, to space weather effects, all of which feed into sustainability discourse. The legal subcommittee in parallel examines the legal and policy implications, such as how the existing treaties apply to new challenges and whether new legal instruments might be needed in the future. Together, the subcommittees inform the COPUOS plenary, which in turn makes recommendations to the UNGA, UN General Assembly, being a deliberate, consensus-driven process. Sometimes arguably slow, yes, but inclusive and backed by the legitimacy of global actors. COPUOS really has a very strong record of successes in setting the norms of responsible behavior in space. Going back to the 60s, the core space treaties, the 5 UN treaties in the outer space, were negotiated in COPUOS. principles such as the freedom of exploration, non-appropriation of space, due regard for others, were all products of international consensus. We are building on that legacy. We are in effect extending this ethos of peaceful, cooperative and sustainable use of outer space into this new era. And I think with this in mind, I'm confident that working together across nations, across sectors, we can achieve a sustainable also space economy that thrives. You know, I would like to end with one famous saying: we do not inherit the earth from our ancestors, we borrow it from our children. The same can be said of outer space, and it's our duty to hand over a space environment that is as beneficial, if not more so, to the next generation as it has been to us. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'm here to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ulpia, for bringing this holistic perspective in the picture. Will you stay here for also the Q&A session, which is later on, or you have to rush now?
I'm sorry, I will have to rush. Actually, I can stay like 5 more minutes, 10 minutes maximum.
So if we can take, yeah, okay, I understand. So if there are any questions for Ulpia, maybe we can pose them now. Otherwise, okay. Yes, of course, Marie, take the floor.
Hi, and thank you for this presentation, Mary from the European Space Agency. Maybe I will play the devil advocate here, but like obviously Copius is major for everything that we can do for space sustainability. No question asked here, but in terms of what we can actually do in the future to change things. The LTS guidelines are non-binding. As you said, they took a decade to get a consensus from all countries. Do you think we can achieve through Copius some rules that would become binding for a real change?
Well, this is a very nice question. Thank you for this. It's also very philosophical, you know. I know that there are many discussions whether the UN COPUOS is obsolete or not. Definitely, I add my view that it is really the forum that we have right now, currently, to discuss and to advance at the same pace with the real technological advancements, right? You know, I will take off my hat of the chair of the Scientific and Technical Subcommittee, and I will put my hat of co-chair, Action Team on Lunar Activities Consultation, which is also established under the COPUOS. And I can see, for instance, there in that, in that group, I can see there how dynamic the discussions among the member states can be. With that hat, I think that in the next, I don't know, it depends what we really want to achieve in the next 2 years, maybe. I think it's possible to achieve as long as we all work together. I mean, if we're not working together, it's not going to happen. So I think I keep my optimism open. I do believe that we can achieve something. And I know there are many initiatives, especially related to space debris mitigation. There are many organizations that I know that are working in that direction, and I sure hope that we will all get the power and the will to actually work together in the future and achieve something. Thank you for the question.
Thank you, and let's hope for sure. We have to.
Thank you, Ulpia. I think we will break now for coffee. Thank you for your presentation and participating at the workshop. So we will have a 5 minutes break. See you all in 5 minutes. Thank you. We have the pleasure to have here also Alexander Vallet, who is the chief of the Space Services Department at the Radio Communication Bureau in ITU. Please, Alexander, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the invitation, and good morning to all. So, yeah, my presentation will be dedicated to the ITU initiatives on the space sustainability. So, I assume most of you know ITU. We are the International Telecommunication Union, a specialized agency of the United Nations dealing with telecommunications. And we have the particularity of being the oldest of the international agency. We are celebrating the 160th anniversary this year. On the first, I wanted to start with the different kind of environmental footprint of satellite constellations. So as we understood this morning during the first presentation by Vera and Marie, the footprint can be on Earth or in space. And as far as the environmental impact of satellite manufacturing, launch, and operations on Earth, there are a number of national or regional initiatives that are quite advanced. And we have had a good example with both the EU and ESA presentations. But at really international level, this is a very nascent subject. There is some start of discussions, but not a lot of output papers. This being said, in our view, we should not forget that most of, the part of the satellite constellation systems are simply telecommunication systems. So especially the ground segment, it's mainly an electronic device, and it should not, I would say, escape from the main work that is done related to e-waste. So the telecommunication standardization sector of the ITU has produced a number of recommendations on how to deal with e-waste of telecommunication devices. And most of them would apply also to satellite ground terminals. And there is no need in this sense to reinvent the wheel on these aspects. There is already some work done, and probably at least a good starting point. So this being said, apart from e-waste, which is really at the end of the life cycle, there is still a lot to do in the assessment of the impact on the production. And at international level, it's not really it has not really been done up to now. The other environmental footprint of satellite constellations is in space itself, and this is generally referred to at international level by space sustainability. You can see here an interesting graph or interesting picture that is trying to summarize a bit the various challenges, both on Earth and in space. And what is quite interesting is that this graph, this picture, is taken from a report from the US Government Accountability Office, which in fact was questioning the FCC use of, or the FCC approach to environmental protection, which in the US is called the NEPA, the Environmental Protection Act. And the GAO was questioning whether the FCC was right to maintain the exemption of environmental review that were decided in the 90s for the space industry. So in the 90s, the FCC exempted the space industry from all environmental review when they were giving their license. And that was making sense in the 90s. The point of the report from the Governmental Accountability Office was that 30 years after, many things have changed in the space sector, and it may be time to revisit this assumption. So I found quite interesting to use this as an example, as an illustration, because this was, in fact, also a discussion that was leading some regulators to review their approach. Of course. Then, next slide. I would like to briefly allude to something that is important at the international level, I feel, is that three aspects, the sustainability, the security, and the safety in space are all interlinked. And these issues will, to be clear, never be solved in silos, because actions taken in one domain will spill over into the others. This was already mentioned by my predecessor in the previous presentation by the chair of the COPOS STSC. And she is right that we need more international cooperation to address these issues. And not only because international cooperation is nice and blah, blah, but really because the topics themselves are interlinked, and that it may be difficult to address one in isolation. Which raises the point that from an institutional point of view, the current mandates of the various actors, both as international or national level, may not be always conducive to an integrated solution. And for example, one of the difficulties that may be faced in certain countries is that there may be a disconnect between the agency or the ministry in charge of regulating part of these three pillars and the ministry in charge of regulating another. And the question is, how do they collaborate? So intragovernmentally, it may be felt as something that should be feasible. But in fact, if you look to the outcome and the national position in various international fora, you will see that national consistency is not always achieved. And that's a big issue, in my view, for international law. The international fora requires national consistency. They require that the same countries say the same thing in multiple forums, so that there is a kind of national position on issues. Otherwise, this is extremely difficult to find any possible way forward on the international basis. And if you wish, the interconnection between the three pillars will only be solved by collaboration between various actors. And this collaboration between various actors can only work if they are behind it national delegations, national administrations that are really willing to make the things progressing and address it in a consistent and integrated way. Next slide, please. So I will now focus more specifically on what the ITU is actually doing currently in terms of space sustainability. So as I mentioned, more about environmental footprint in space. So we will organize in 2 weeks our second edition of the Sustainability Forum in Geneva. So you can participate either on site or online if you're interested. The Space Sustainability Forum has 3 main action lines, I would say, if you can move to the next slide. And these action lines are, first of all, some data sharing to improve communications and assessment. The first point seems to be very basic and prosaic, but at the international level, it may be a bit a challenge. It's making sure that satellite operators can contact each other. So I know that it may make you smile, but you should not see satellite operators only as the satellite operators of very big constellations. Of course, they know how to communicate to each other. The issue, however, in the Earth's orbit is that there are not only the big satellite constellations, but there are also plenty of small satellites, sometimes one satellite, sometimes small constellations that are sharing the same orbits. And all these satellite operators need to be able to communicate between themselves to coordinate or to avoid collisions. The sponsor contacts, so for some satellite operators, it may be quite challenging to find them. So the idea would be that the ITU tries to use the points of contact we have with satellite operators to help satellite operators to connect and discuss together. So just maybe one example that I have had was you may be aware that SpaceX had a famous agreement with NASA about the protection of the scientific satellite of NASA. And then, so SpaceX knows how to discuss with NASA. They don't need us, of course. But then they wanted to discuss with the operator of satellites in Djibouti, because Djibouti has recently launched two nano satellites called Djibouti 1A, 1B. And they were asking what is the satellite operator in Djibouti? And so it was, well, we were having the contact, so we gave them, but it's not so obvious to find it when you have really no entry point. So the aim of this forum is to build on that to try to facilitate this communication. With that, we hope that satellite operator will be able to share between themselves reliable ephemeris data so that they can together prevent catastrophic collisions. The second point is the awareness and the capacity building. So one of the main points that we are facing is that in a lot of countries, there is no governmental entity in charge of space. In many countries, you don't have a minister in charge of space affairs, you don't have a minister, a space agency. And very often when the government has a question about related to space, it goes to the telecom ministry. Why? Because most of the interaction of these states with, I would say, the satellite industry or the satellite operators are in order to provide licenses to deliver satellite, generally telecommunication services in the country. So the licensing scheme is in fact the entry point for this government to interact with satellite operators. And these telecom ministry or telecom regulators, who are generally our members, are asking more and more questions about the general and the overall licensing of these constellations. I think this is very, I would say, close to the BEREC discussions. That's true that these questions are also very important and very vivid in many other countries throughout the world. So our objective here is to build some training program for regulators to better understand the challenges, the issue that they have to take into consideration in their licensing in their licensing scheme, and the best practices of other regulators to address these issues. Noting that in many of these countries, they have a telecom law, but they may not have a space law. So we will really focus on what a telecom regulator can do and make sure that it behaves responsibly. And finally, we, as a standardization body, we encourage, of course, technological solutions to be developed, shared through standardization, but that's more a matter for the industry and for the member states to propose things and to use the standardization bodies of ITU to do that. So this was one of the first initiatives we have. The second one is more dealing with a specific topic, which is the pollution from the skies, or the dark and quiet skies issues. So the dark skies deal with the light pollution, so the issues related to the fact that some satellites may reflect the light of the sun and distract or disturb astronomy telescopes, And the quiet part of the issue is more about the radio astronomy part, the protection of the radio telescopes from all these constellations. So the World Radio Communication Conference in 2027 will address this issue, notably to protect two very large radio astronomy sites, the ALMA in the desert of Atacama in Chile, and the SCAO, the Southern Kilometer Away Observatory in South Africa. So they are the two biggest radio astronomy sites currently operated and built, and they are the focus on getting the attention, this protection. So just to give you a few examples, well, the idea is to establish an international radio frequency protection zone, a zone that will extend to space. So it's not only a protection around the sites, but the idea of trying to have the protection also in space, meaning that when satellites cross above these sites, they may not, I would say, emit towards this side, but the main question is what are the levels necessary to ensure the protection of these sites. One issue that is not going to be directly addressed by the BEREC 27 is, however, an issue for radio astronomers in frequency bands not allocated to the radio astronomy services. So you may know that the radio spectrum is allocated to certain radio services, and certain frequency bands are dedicated for radio astronomy. But radio astronomers, of course, study the entire spectrum. So in the past, they were very happy with, they were not so unhappy with GSO systems. Because the advantage of GSO systems, since they are fixed in the skies and the radio astronomers observe the stars, which are in fact moving in the skies, they were always having a possibility to observe stars when they were outside of the geostationary belt seen from Earth. The reason why it was working was that the number of non-GSO satellites was extremely small compared to the entire sky. So the radio astronomers were able to observe the entire radio spectrum range, and they were just having to I would say, avoid this geostationary belt. With constellations, and this is really a particularity of constellation, it does not happen with, I would say, single small non-GSO, even if the proliferation of small non-GSOs could be a problem, but it's not really an issue for a small number of non-GSOs. With the constellations, in fact, the sky is always used, and then you cannot simply wait for the stars to be in a I would say in a part of the sky that is free from radio interference. So that outstanding issue is quite thorny, and that may be the most difficult one to address. Okay, then as a conclusion, I would like maybe to go a bit up. So I know that the workshop is more focusing on satellite constellations, so more in the low Earth orbit. But I would like just to raise a point to the attention of the participants and especially the regulators. There is a growing interest for exploring and exploiting resources on the moon. And at ITU, we have received 55 filings for lunar missions from 9 different countries: China, the UK, Italy, India, Japan, Korea, Luxembourg, the UAE, and the USA. And among these 55 filings, 10 are submitted for operations by private entities. So it's not the majority, of course, but it's not negligible. And it means also that these 10 filings, these 10 private operations will have to be licensed by regulators. And the environmental protection of the moon, in my view, should be high on the agenda of regulators when they look at these specific case, especially because currently, I would say the moon is entirely clean. So if it could be, not even, but no, I mean, it's clean from a point of view of radio interference. In particular, one thing that is, I'm quite urging, is the protection of the zone of the moon that is shielded from human-made radio emissions. So this is the far side of the moon that is always on the other side of the Earth. And there is a shielded zone of the moon that is protected by treaty. And there is a need for making sure that these treaty provisions are enforced in national regulations. Otherwise, once it becomes to be polluted, that may be irreversible. So I would encourage also regulators to consider that, even if it is a very, I would say, exceptional cases these days. Still, among the 10 that are submitted for operation by private entities, there are some European countries, some European companies having applied for this spectrum. Thank you very much, and I'm of course open to answer any question you may have.
Thank you very much, Alexandre.
Well, thank you for inviting me to talk today. I hope you can all understand me through the thick Scottish accent. I know it's not the easiest to understand in the world. And sorry that I couldn't be there in person. It's the start of our academic year here in the UK, so I'm very busy with classes at the moment. For those that don't know me, my name is Dr. Andrew Wilson. I'm a lecturer here at Glasgow Caledonian University. I moved to Glasgow Caledonian University, or GCU, 2 years ago. Prior to that, I was at the University of Strathclyde for 8 years, and I've been working on space sustainability for around a decade now. So it's really, really good to see how many attendees there are at an event like this, because I remember when I did my PhD, I was actually starting to wonder, am I actually specialising here in something that nobody actually cares about? But there's such a growing interest, which is really encouraging to see. We've already kind of discussed it in some of the other presentations. Why does space sustainability matter? Well, the sector is going through a significant and seismic shift at the moment. We're seeing more and more launches. We're seeing more and more objects placed into space. We're seeing a transition from state-run space programs to a lot more private sectors becoming involved in space. That has been both a good and a bad thing. It's been good because it means that we have expanded our economic activities, and it's helped us to understand and respond to key societal challenges, particularly through the provision of space data. But our increased activities are also having a negative impact, of course, through the space debris population, which we can kind of see through the graph in the bottom right-hand side of the screen, which comes from the European Space Agency Space Environment Report. It's increasing orbital congestion. It's, there's light pollution, which is a concern for astronomers. And ultimately, it's also increasing the environmental footprint of the space sector. And that problem is what we call the space sustainability paradox. That is where there is a paradoxical situation whereby the more we are using space to actually try and support sustainable development, the less sustainable that the space sector itself is actually becoming from the perspective of both the orbital environment and also the Earth environment. This has really been captured in a journal paper, or journal article, which I've cited at the bottom of this slide. But the key here is that we need to start thinking about the interrelated nature of space, and particularly when we think of space sustainability policies. The diagram we can see in the right-hand side of the screen is an adaptation of what's called the donut model for planetary boundaries. And what it essentially says is that to meet our social needs, to avoid critical human deprivation, a little bit of damage is inherently going to occur. But we cannot breach our planetary boundaries in achieving that social need. So it's only when we're staying in this circular donut that we're actually being sustainable. Now, as you can imagine, orbital space depletion is not one of the typical elements. So this is a redefined one based on this journal paper. But a good example of this is if we look at the IADC space debris mitigation guidelines. So you have a space mission, it contributes to sustainable development, fixing some of the social foundation indicated here, big tick. You deorbit it to get it out of the way, so it avoids orbital space depletion, again, big tick. But that action then pollutes the upper atmosphere with metallic compounds. So rather than actually dealing with the problem, you're essentially changing one form of pollution into another form of pollution, so it doesn't actually manage the problem. So in many ways, whilst that is a policy that tries to really be or achieve space sustainability, actually there's an argument there to say that actually, is this policy sustainable in the first place? So to address, my work really has been looking at how do we address this kind of challenge, and as well as working at GCU, I have to also say that I have a company as well called Metasat UK, and why I'm mentioning this will become clear in a second. So Metasat UK is a startup that we founded in December 2020, and essentially it offers consultancy services on space lifecycle assessment, eco-design, carbon accounting to companies, and we also do some R&D as well into space technologies and software and tools. And GCU is, of course, a university located in Scotland, with the mission being for the common good. So we aim to transform lives through excellent education and also research that's accessible to the people of Glasgow, but much more beyond that, nationally and internationally. So I'm going to start by talking about Metasat UK initiatives, because that really overlaps quite a lot with the work that I did previously at the University of Strathclyde. So the Metasat UK are now the custodians of the Strathclyde Space Systems database. The Strathclyde Space Systems database is the world's first and only lifecycle sustainability assessment database. So in other words, it has not just environmental data sets, but also economic and social data sets. And it can be used to calculate the sustainability footprint of space missions and integrate that key into the concurrent design process. Development on this tool began as far back as 2016, and it was first released publicly in 2019. It was developed initially at the University of Strathclyde, but like I say, Metasat UK is now developing and managing access to the database. So if anyone is interested in wanting to use this for their own missions or their own systems, they are more than welcome to send an access request to the email indicated on this slide. The database is open access to anyone with a valid eco-invent license subject to an end-user license agreement. There's no geographical restrictions on use, and access will include, as well as the database, an eco-design workbook and also eventually a user handbook. There's a major refinement going on with the handbook at the moment. More information on that project can be found at the source at the bottom of the slide, which was based on my PhD thesis. There has been, of course, subsequent updates since then, but more access can be found via that email address. These are just some examples of some studies that we have run using the SSSD. So the SSSD has been used in across 3 continents in 11 countries. These studies or examples here are internal ones that we have conducted ourselves. So the one on the far left, which is kind of more of the space system, space mission level, we have run, we've got 3 examples here of MEOS, which is a moon ice observation mission, Neocore, which was to rendezvous with near-Earth asteroids, and then StrathCube, which was a small CubeSat mission being designed by some of the Strathclyde students. And what that study really looked at was how we can integrate the tool into the concurrent engineering process for the first time. So it looked at a variety of things, such as giving benchmark values for smallsat missions. It looked at the process and the behavioural attitude of engineers in a concurrent design environment. And yeah, as I said, more information can be found there. We've also done sector-wide studies, so we've looked at what the impact of the global space sector actually currently is across many different scenarios. So the graph you can see in the middle in the top left, which I appreciate is very small, looked at what the overall environmental footprint of space activities in 2018 was, and then looked at how that would scale in a future scenario which increased significantly global space activities. And what that found is the space sector could actually grow to a kind of a contribution of near 5% of global impacts and about a 2% contribution to planetary boundaries. That study was then complemented by this one at the bottom. And I would say what we found there was that space tourism in particular had a very high environmental footprint, but the results really did imply that impacts could be a limiting factor in the development of some space activities, and really suggests that there is a pressing need to include environmental considerations in addition to technical and economic analyses in space project definitions and also space systems design. And then lastly, on the right, we are also looking at how can we integrate orbital impact into space life cycle assessment. So there's been a recent paper in terms of combining two tools. You will hear a little bit more about that when Massimiliano Vasile gives the next presentation, or whatever order it happens to be now. So he'll talk about how NESI and the SSSD have been combined to try and look at an integrated approach for assessing both the orbital environment and also the terrestrial environment. And we're also looking at how AI can be integrated into the decision-making process as well. In terms of projects we're doing at GCU, more academically, we are currently undertaking a major study into the carbon footprint of the UK space sector. The CNES obviously have just released a similar study in France looking at the carbon footprint of the French space sector. This study in particular, the UK one, has been in the works for a number of years now, having started only in 2024 for various reasons, so the kickoff date was postponed. I was hoping to be able to present some interesting results to you, but unfortunately we're not yet at a point where we can disclose that, but the report will be published in December 2025, so in the next few months. The process for this project really was that we engaged quite highly with UK space organisations in the UK to capture some activity data, and then extrapolated that using the SSSD. And based on that extrapolation, we've come to an approximate footprint for what the UK space sector's carbon emissions or greenhouse gas emissions are for 2024, and how that may evolve into the future in line with net zero ambitions to go net zero by 2050. We're at a point where the technical report's about to undergo a third-party review, so do look out for that at the end of December. Vera has already talked about it a little bit, so I won't take too much time here, but we're also one of the consortiums that are helping to facilitate the PEFCR for space sector development. So back in 2021, I actually wrote a paper calling for PEFCR development for space systems. And I was very pleased to see that was taken seriously and brought forward through to an actual proposal. So at GCU, we are working with VITO, Pre-Sustainability, EcoMatters, EcoInnovation and Novaspace to deliver this. And what our role in the project is to help conduct some of these supporting studies. So we'll be kind of working alongside the developed PEFCR rules and kind of testing whether those are effective or not to specific space products and how well the methodology functions in practice. But as I say, I gather you've already heard about that project. So another project we're looking to implement quite soon is a project where we're developing a simplified LCA and cost tool. And the reason that we're looking to do that is because I've had many conversations with people, particularly in the UK, but Europe generally, where they are concerned about implementing life cycle assessment or eco-design because of the perceived cost of making an eco-design decision. I personally don't believe that it would make, it's going to cost more money. In essence, I think actually you could probably save money by making an eco-design decision. So what we're looking to do is create a new tool that will integrate cost analysis with life cycle assessment to help inform the financial implications of becoming sustainable in early space mission design concepts. We are still at the point where there's still time to join us if you are interested. So if you are interested in hearing more about the project or even collaborating, then do feel free to get in touch with me. We'd be happy to talk to you about that. Just kind of before I finish up on some miscellaneous things that we're doing at GCU. So we do have PhDs who do research into the space economy. So the idea here is that we want to inform policymakers, practitioners, academics on current developments in space business and the space economy, and offer insights to what the future might hold. We're also involved in the development of Space Scotland's Environmental Task Force. So that task force specifically produced what we believe to be the world's first space sustainability roadmap nationally. In that roadmap, we have a variety of milestones we want to achieve and to hit, and we are very much involved in trying to deliver, particularly in the net zero strand of that roadmap. So we've led quite a few tasks, and that ultimately is where the carbon baseline for the UK space sector that I spoke about earlier was born from, was out of that task force. We're also involved in the cross-party group in the Scottish Parliament in space. The idea there is that we want to, of that group, is to highlight the benefits and opportunities arising from space in Scotland, the UK, and also globally, including how pivotal space has as a role as a force for good, particularly when it comes to addressing climate change as well. We're also involved in the UK Space Energy Initiative Working Group. So the UK Space Energy Initiative is a group of interested parties that are pushing the advancement of space-based solar power. Now, for anybody who knows what space-based solar power is, it's essentially large solar farms, if you like, in space that will capture energy and beam it down to Earth wirelessly. The issue with a development like that is these are exceptionally large structures. So if this was to become a reality, we need to be developing them in an environmentally conscious way from the start. So we're involved in trying to integrate those concerns into the early development of these issues. And also, lastly, we are also involved in the European Space Agency's Technical Task Force on LCA and eco-design for space. So we help facilitate a lot of discussion around that at a European level. So just some key takeaways from this kind of presentation. We consider at GCU space sustainability to be a cross-cutting discipline, and it requires consideration of both sustainability from space, so the idea of using space to meet sustainable development, sustainability in space, so i.e. looking at the sustainability of our orbital environment, and sustainability for space, which is the sustainability of the Earth-based environment. And what I see here is that industry and academia have to reinforce one another rather than compete against one another. Being in academia, sometimes it can be a bit competitive about who's bidding for what and can we beat this consortium. It needs to be a more collaborative and friendly environment, and we've already shown how industry and academia can work together. So, for example, Metasat's ongoing collaborations with GCU and the University of Strathclyde. Also at GCU, a lot of these projects we've spoken about, we work quite closely with the University of Strathclyde on. We're always looking for people who are interested in collaborating or even just chatting. So if anything in this presentation has interest you, if you want to explore future collaborations, if you even want to access the SSSD, please do get in touch. I'm always very happy to talk to anybody who's interested. And with that, I don't know if we're going to have questions now or later, but I'll close there.
So feel free if you have any question.
Please.
I'm sure I should know the answer to this question, Andrew, but you're mentioning that in your database you have indicators beyond environmental indicators. Can you mention a few of them?
Yes, so the idea is that we're looking to integrate life cycle sustainability assessments. So rather than being a single assessment, it's a framework of assessments. So here we've tried to include social criteria and also costing criteria. We merge them into single data sets. So costing data was primarily based upon kind of parametric analyses. That will be complemented through the cost study that I mentioned earlier. There was a few problems when we initially implemented that approach in terms of scaling issues, but as I say, there is basic cost data. In terms of social information. There's new guidance on social life cycle assessment. I think, if I'm not mistaken, it's the ISO 14075 standard. So when we initially implemented social life cycle assessment, essentially very quickly after we did that, it had to go out the window and realign with these new standards. So in the database, we have 6 different stakeholder categories. So these are children, worker, value chain actor, society, local community, and consumer. And under each of those categories, there are further subcategories and then a range of indicators. The way it kind of works in terms of a data set is we look at kind of the amount of work hours that go into manufacturing, let's say a battery component, for example, and we can kind of allocate the impact of, let's say, the indicator of contribution to economic development in France. So say the battery was created in France. It's still at a very novel stage. There's still a lot of development needs to go into it, for sure, but at this point, that's what I see as being the future direction of not just in the space sector, but life cycle assessment generally. Being life cycle sustainability assessment. And then, of course, in terms of other indicators, we've also got the orbital health indicators that we're also trying to trial as well. Hope that's kind of answered your question.
For social, are you using the social hotspot database or your own
No.
database for space?
Completely and utterly created ourselves based on UNEP guidance and the ISO 14075 standard.
Oh God, thank you.
Thank you. So feel free if you have questions to Kopios, ITO, or Andrew. We will have Massimiliano at 12:50. It's a little bit late, so feel free. If you have some questions online, you can raise your hand and just ask.
I do see a question in the chat. Is there intention for the SSSD to feed the PEFCR database or at least work together? The answer is to be confirmed. The reason being is because there needs to be an understanding on how the IPR will work, essentially, and I don't have the authority to say yes or no because the database is co-owned by Metasat UK and the University of Strathclyde. Essentially, it's not out of my hands in terms of the decision on that. So I'm not going to say yes or no.
Okay, thank you. If I can maybe elaborate, yes, that's Mathieu. I was asking this question. I should also have asked it earlier during the morning. Between ESA and PEFCR, there's also the same question of ESA database and emission factors feeding possibly the PEFCR in the future. And the other way around, even more generic, I see in SSSD, there are the integrated orbital impact, which is something that don't exist yet, I think, and I was, I mean, in the other databases, especially in PEFCR, I was wondering with you, Vera, if you're still here, if there's an intention in the longer term to integrate this kind of dimension, space sustainability.
Can I? Mathieu, I'm very surprised because you were part of the discussions of the technical secretariat that you're asking me that question. You should know that the answer is yes. And this question
I want you to share it.
The question is yes, we really want to cover the full dimensions. And the question on the database is actually very pertinent because this actually, the IPR issue is not neglectable because ESA is facing IPR issues, we face IPR issues. And in fact, one of the provisions that we have in the Space Act related to environmental sustainability tries to address precisely this IPR issue. So one of the things that we ask is the delivery of data sets and the aggregated to be used, aggregated between sure and anonymity, but to allow us to use these aggregated data sets to create what I call the Frankenstein data sets. Because by creating Frankenstein data sets, one, we can solve the confidentiality and the anonymization of the data. because you will not know where it comes from. And one of the things that we ask for these derived data sets, or Frankenstein's data sets as I call it, is precisely that for those derived data sets, so Frankenstein data sets, that is the EU that will own the IPR of that. But the question, because this is precisely one of the major bottlenecks that exists when we are talking about calculating environmental footprint. And only by pooling and sharing, we will be able to have already on what we know that exists, and there's data out there, is only the way that we can manage to, one, reduce the costs and the burdens to do the calculation, to ensure that we have databases that are robust enough precisely to be helping in these calculations. And this was a legal way that we found, and we double checked with IPA experts if this would be doable or not, to solve the problems that everyone is facing. Because or you do confidential agreements case by case basis, and this of course afterwards doesn't allow us to share data or even to go beyond that. And with the colleagues in ESA, we are having lengthy discussions precisely how we can use the data sets that already exist in the ESA database for the frame of the PEFCR. So for certain things it's possible, for others it's not, because of precisely this legal bottleneck that with the Space Act we are trying to solve. But we are trying to solve this because this will benefit absolutely everyone. It will reduce costs for everyone. It will reduce the burden for everyone. So feel free to express that in the ongoing feedback for the Space Act, because member states representatives also need to understand that this is where we can have a lot of savings and a lot of progress and solve a lot of existing bottlenecks. Thank you.
Yeah, and then for the orbital impacts?
For the orbital impacts, as you know, in the frame of the PEFCR and on the first draft, we will already include some indicators as additional environmental information to be provided. But this is links also to technical stuff. I will not go to many details because you need to have reference flows, etc., to do the LCA. So this is work to be done in the future. But in this initial version, it will be placed as additional environmental information to be provided. And precisely what is now going to the open consultation is a list that we know is very big. So now the consultation for the PEFCR for space will allow us to identify the priorities, because we also don't want people to need to report in 100 KPIs. We need to keep it manageable, of course. And so the open consultation of the PEFCR in October and November will also identify from the proposals that comes in this first draft what are the more, maybe the 3 or 4 that are more relevant to be included, and then to further pursue afterwards. And of course, there might be a lot of some data now, no data, or maybe a lot of data, but this is also something that the supporting studies will let us know. But at least the placeholder will for sure be there, because otherwise we are not covering the full life cycle assessment of a space activity.
Yes, please. Julien.
Yeah, I have a question for Vera and Andrew. Vera, you mentioned the fact that some companies, from what I get, were trying to think about, so we have like the design for this maze approach, and I think another one in which the satellite won't burn into the atmosphere, go down into the ocean, and then pollute the oceans, but also may have some, increase the safety issue for the population if you have issues during the re-entry, I guess. So I was wondering how much are the thinking in that way? I mean, comparing both methods that are very different, that are very also, I guess, difficult to find some proper metrics to compare both of them. But is this something that is being really growing into the industry as thinking about not to dismiss the satellites? And yeah, so basically, what's the state of the art on that topic?
Maybe Andrew can say something about the state of art, and then I can complement a bit because I made that remark in the beginning.
Yeah, so my impression from having spoken to various stakeholders is that safety is always going to be the overriding concern. I don't think we'll ever necessarily get to a point where sustainability is more important than safety. I think the two are very interrelated, and historically, if we go back in time and look at health and safety legislation and how environmental legislation has evolved from that, They are very interlinked, but the problem is safety. You have direct, immediate impact. On the environment, the impacts have got latent effects, long tail effects, and are mediated through the environment. So it isn't as clear. The impact, I would say, is health and safety. So long story short, I think safety has to be the overriding goal. Now, that isn't to say that when we're designing space missions, we can't also take into account environmental impacts. What we're trying to say, I would say, through the tools that I've mentioned before, is not to say that space operations have to end altogether. What we're saying is you have to reduce your footprint in a way that doesn't compromise the technical aspects, but to a point that ensures safety and that the mission can actually go ahead. Now, in terms of looking at, you mentioned, for example, high altitude impacts, deep sea ecology impacts. There is a lot more research going into these areas, I've noticed in the last handful of years, than there has been when I was initially trying to build the SSSD. So when the SSSD was originally built, these areas were, in my opinion, kind of not included because of the large gaps in data. We just didn't know enough about those processes. But there's been interest, such as the University of Stuttgart, I think, is a very, very good example. So they have a kind of a working group on launchers, and they have collectively looked to bid for work to work collaboratively to try and investigate what the impacts of high altitude emissions are from launch impacts. I can't say I'm all that familiar in terms of deep sea ecology impacts. There was a few presentations at the ESA Clean Space Industrial Days over the years about that work, but there are certainly areas where data is lacking. There's no getting around that. I can say that in the SSSD, we have got estimations, but of course the uncertainty attached to it is a little higher than we would like. But that's the position we're in until more robust data comes to the table. I don't know if you want to add to that, Vera.
Yeah, I give that example because precisely there's both scenarios still have a lot of unknowns. And for example, sometimes I use the expression, the last cookie in the package behavior is the syndrome, that we are special, but we are not that special in the sense that, for example, from the marine pollution, we can learn a lot from the other sectors that might be used in ours. The last meeting, the last ESA Eco Design Task Force meeting, for example, this was also something that was being discussed among all the experts around the table, precisely thinking on the orbital, the atmospheric impacts and the marine impacts. We also need to establish, again, a bit priorities on where we go. And then also, build bridges and build from others lessons learned and bring to our sector and how to implement. And the marine impacts is one of them. In fact, when you decide how the satellite will end the end of life, you can do it in 3 ways. And Madine in our presentation covered one. So you can bury it in the ocean, and that needs to be a controlled re-entry. And think, for example, if you cannot ensure that it burns completely in the atmosphere, like it was the case for the Mir space station, the Soviet space station, it's buried in the bottom of the ocean. It needed to be a controlled re-entry to make sure that it will not fall on someone's head. Or in the Schumann roundabout here in Brussels. You can burn it completely in the atmosphere, so eco-design for dismiss. You can put it in the graveyard orbit, so a further orbit, but at a certain moment with so many satellites, it will be also super congested. And the fourth option, that will be, of course, the ideal scenario, that would be designed for recovery, so that you could reuse. We are very far from the recovery, but as Marie mentioned in her presentation, there's the in-orbit servicing when you can think of circular economy principles applied to space to precisely repair, maybe reuse the satellite for another purpose, refuel the satellite maybe to extend its lifespan, and therefore it continues to provide the same service for longer. And this, of course, has an impact also in the environmental footprint, because you calculate for, 12 years of operations, but afterwards, if you can go to 20 years or 25, you don't launch, you don't use materials, you keep reusing. So this is also common fronts. Now, and I think Marie will agree with me on this, will this happen in the next 2, 5, 10 years? Work in progress. But it's clearly something that needs to be at least highlighted as a possible way, more research, more investment, more efforts also put into this. And then when we have all these calculating ways, in the same way we are all on the same page on how we do the impacts, we can compare, etc. Then at eco-design moments, when we are designing our satellite, while we are making our decisions, then we will be able to do informed decisions. Andrew mentioned something very interesting, because safety, indeed, you know it immediately on the spot. If a satellite falls in the middle of Brussels, you immediately know. It will be all over the news, all over the world. Like recently, there was a debris that fell in Poland, so everyone knew. When you're talking about environmental impacts, we do not see. And in Portugal, I'm Portuguese, in Portugal we have a saying that says, what the eyes don't see, the heart doesn't feel. And the problem with environmental impacts is a bit this, even with climate change, etc. You know, it took many years for all of us to be on the same page, and even today, I'm not sure we are all on the same page on what concerns climate change, because you don't see it. It's not like the mic that I have in front of me. It's not like the laptop, and therefore we tend not to pay attention to it. And the impacts of the environmental impacts will not be felt today. Is a cumulative effect, and we will feel it in a later stage. That's also why we have now, and Isa has a very nice video animation of all the space junk that is around in orbit. And when we see that, you know, the heart feels. And this is also something that we need to have in mind, is that we are acting today, maybe not for today or tomorrow, but in the long term, not in the short term. Thank you.
You want to take, is it related or it's a new comment?
It's a new question.
Because we have also on the chat somebody patiently waiting to, shall we give the floor first to Merv? Please take it.
Thank you very much. Thank you for all the presentations. I'm Merve Erdemberger from Switzerland. My question would be to Alexander Wallet from ITU. At the early stages of his presentation, he mentioned the data and information sharing between space operators, therefore communication with space operators. I would love to ask him how we can provide effective communication between space operators, because prompt communication among themselves, not just within Europe or within Western world, but also with Western world and other parts of the world of space operators is really important communication. Therefore, how we can effectively provide that through maybe using private sector solutions, or maybe ITU would create its own platform, communication platform. So this is my question. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. I think that the first step is really to make sure that a directory or some yellow pages exist, so that the satellite operators can find a contact. Then, if they are able to make contact together, I think they have the necessary tools to communicate when they know how to communicate. So in my view, the most difficult thing is to make sure that each satellite operator can have access to a list of contacts of its peer, and then through these contacts they can establish their own procedures, which does not necessarily need to be the same for each satellite, for each, I would say, bilateral discussions, because there may be some various laws in different countries which also need to be followed. But I think, though, the objective, at least for ITU at the first place, would be to make sure that each operators can find a way to contact another satellite operator. Then we would let them decide the best way to interact, because there are plenty of ways to do that, more or less. Well, that can be from phone calls to very automated discussions. But at least what is important in my view, that they can establish communications.
Yes, please.
Thank you very much. I also have a question to the ITU and to UN COPIUS, but I understand the UN COPIUS representative has already left the meeting, so it's for you, Alexandre. I noticed that we have two United Nations bodies working on space sustainability, which is good, and the ITU is also working on the preliminary draft ITU handbook on the best practices on sustainability. And my question to you is, how do you communicate with UN COPIUS to make sure that there's no overlapping of the responsibilities of these two United Nations bodies? They both have their own dynamics. In the ITU, you have a lot of involvement of private industries, which is not the case at UN COPIUS. So my question is, how do you make sure that both have a coherent set of rules? Because in the handbook, I see that there are also chapters which are related to space traffic management, orbit determination, active spacecraft, and space debris monitoring and removal, which in our opinion is under the responsibility of the UN COPIUS. And we would like to know what are your interactions with UN COPIUS to make sure that you do not have diverging sets of rules between COPIUS and the ITU. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. So that's a very important point because here we need to distinguish two things. So UN COPIUS is a committee of the UN General Assembly. So it's a committee of member states. So it's member states delegation led. The chair is a member state. We have the STSC chair, which is representing the state of Romania. So COPIUS is a committee of member states. So there, in ITU, we have, of course, also groups of member states. And I would say the group of member states of ITU can communicate with COPIUS through liaison that the secretariats handles. Then you have two secretariats, I would say, the Office of Out of Space Affairs, which act as the secretariat of COPIUS. So these are UN staff. And you have also the ITU secretariat, which acts as a secretariat for the groups. So the coordination of the ITU secretariat is with UNOSA. We don't coordinate with COPIUS because a secretariat does not coordinate with member states. So if ITU member states wants to coordinate with COPIUS member states, first they should remind themselves that they are the same member states. France in ITU is France in COPIUS. And therefore, this is what I was mentioning about the national consistency. We expect, at least the UN Secretariat will always expect that the consistency between the various positions of member states is done by the member states. We will not do that for themselves. Then we coordinate with the Secretariat, UNOSA, by having either certain joint activities of capacity building, or making sure that we, I would say, refer to the other documents of the other side in our communication and reports. But the crux, as you mentioned, is that we are only the Secretariat. The entire UN system is led by member states. The entire international law is done by member states. And if these member states are not coherent and consistent in the various fora, then we have a major issue. Then this is not working indeed. So we rely on the consistency of member states to make sure that there is no overlap between the various players, because again, this is member states that drive the decision and the creation of international law, whether soft or hard. So that's really the point. So if you wish to be brief, the coordination between COPIUS and ITU has to be done by the member states themselves.
Thank you much. So I think Massimiliano is there. So he will present 10 minutes. Sorry, we have a strict agenda because we have to get back at 1:40. So Massimiliano, I will leave you the floor. Can you say something?
Yeah, hello.
Great.
Hello. Well, thank you for inviting me to this event. So I'm going to present something about. Okay, I'll try to do it in 10 minutes. About our work on space sustainability that is relevant to what you are discussing. So I believe you already had Andrew Wilson presenting, I hope, because he was supposed to come before me. Anyway, with him, we published a paper some years ago on the space sustainability paradox, in which we try to define what for us was space sustainability from a technological point of view. And for us, there are three main areas that are quite important. One is sustainability from space, which is Earth observation and how you address climate. But that has to go together with sustainability in space, so how you use space, and then the sustainability of the space sector in general, so how you design your mission and the carbon footprint, or the use of materials, for example, that you need to manufacture things for space. We will go to the next. So the three elements that we highlighted in the paper are strictly connected, and there is a sort of dynamics interplay between the three. So if you change one of the three, then you have a ripple effect on the others. Again, if you want to be more sustainable by launching more satellites, then you end up having more traffic in space and potentially damaging the space environment. So you're less sustainable in a way. And the same if you use the wrong materials, then you might have a problem with the pollution on Earth. So what do we do, for example, at the University of Strathclyde to address this? Well, first of all, we are contributing to the Space Sustainability Roadmap of Scotland. This is a document that you can find and download where you can see what Scotland as a whole is doing. So we are developing activities to implement the roadmap. And we are also supporting the UK delegation to the Interagency Debris Coordination Committee by providing analysis and understanding how to address the problem of sustainability as a whole. I have here some examples of recent projects that have been funded by the European Space Agency. One, Solero, is looking at the impact of very large infrastructure in space. So if we launch, for example, a new space station or solar-powered satellites in space, and say that we want to use solar energy beam from space to reduce the environmental impact on Earth, does that have an impact on the space environment? Perseo instead is looking more at the long-term sustainability of the space activities. Okay, how does that impact our future ability to launch things into space? And ULife, that is a project together with Andrew at the Caledonian University, is looking at eco-design, so how we can design things differently so that they are less polluting for the environment. So if you go to the next. So just to give you an idea of what we do in some of these projects, I just want to show you a couple of them. So in the case of Perseo, if you move to the next slide, we decided to take a so-called complex system approach to space sustainability. So rather than looking at the space environment as you see on the left, with a lot of debris flying around, a lot of satellites, we try to convert that into an equivalent network, complex network, in which we try to understand the relationships between different regions of space and the relationship between what to launch into these regions of space and the rest of the environment. So how one particular constellation, for example, is affecting, I don't know, an Earth observation satellite. So does the environmental impact of a constellation propagates to the rest of the environment, and how can we mitigate, for example, this effect? Now, if you study the network, if you move to the next slide, if you study the network, you can understand, for example, the relationship between different species of objects. So you have constellations on one side, but you have rocket bodies on the other side, and fragments and defunct satellites. And they all interact in a very complex way. Okay, so you can't really isolate only one and say, okay, I solved the problem only for this particular species. If you move to the next one. So they're all interconnected, and we need to understand this interconnection. So we developed this model called NESSI, which is Network Model for Space Sustainability, in which we try to understand the relationships between different regions of space, how they affect the global environment, how each actor affects the others, and how we can reduce the impact of each one of them by introducing proper regulatory policies to mitigate the collapse of the entire environment. If you go to the next one, we also introduce some models of the launch traffic in the future. So we model, for example, the current trend and how that current trend is going to go in the near future. Also, we imagine other possible futures in which, for example, we will launch more mega constellations, right? Then we implemented all this into our model, and we try to implement different policies. So you see here, for example, how the number of objects for different species, okay, so a number of active payloads or fragments or upper stages increases with time, depending on whether you assume that the objects are maneuverable or non-maneuverable. Of course, if they are maneuverable, you have less debris, but you see that the number of objects still goes up, right? And if you go to the next slide, and then we try to introduce other types of policies. For example, what if we ask everyone who has an active satellite to dispose of that satellite within a certain period of time? And therefore, we have, for example, 50% of the satellites that remain in orbit, or we have 0 satellites that remain in orbit after they finish their lifetime. And in this case, you see that, of course, you have an improvement if you remove objects at the end of life. That is consistent with the IDC guidelines. But we don't solve the problem completely. Okay? There's still a problem in terms of how the population of fragments, for example, evolves in time. Now, the other thing that we ask ourselves, as I said before, is how can we quantify the fact that different regions of space can affect other regions of space, or some satellites can affect other satellites? So we look at the network, and if you have for each one of the parts of the network a particular type of object, for example, in this case, you have a node that contains a constellation, and you want to know if that is affect another node that contains an Earth observation satellite. So we need to measure that effect. We call that the connectivity of the network, the spatial connectivity of the network. So how one actor, space actor, affects another one. So that for us is a metric that defines how good the environment is. The more connected the environment is, the more fragile it is. Next slide. And we put this metric into a global assessment of the life cycle of space systems. This was done again in collaboration with Andrew. We took our life cycle sustainability assessment. Next. We integrated this into this diagram in which we close the loop between assessing the life cycle of the entire system, so also the impact on Earth, and the impact during operations in space. Okay. Next. And then we use the SSD, which is the space sustainability database that we developed with Andrew at Strathclyde, and our tool to evaluate the life cycle. And we introduce the space impact, so the impact that the system has in space, as one of the environment impact categories into the overall assessment of the life cycle of an object. Next. So this is an example. We try to experiment with this example in which we try to launch a constellation of CubeSats. In Scotland, we make CubeSats. So what if we launch 1,000 CubeSats, okay? And some of them, or in one scenario, they don't have any propulsion system. In the other scenario, we have a propulsion system. Okay, so if you go to the next one, thank you. So here you see in green what is the increase in Earth environmental impact, okay, due to the fact that you have to produce a propulsion system. They have to produce propellant. Okay, that has, of course, an environmental impact. And you have also an environmental impact due to the fact that these objects are re-entering. Okay, so they pollute the atmosphere because they are coming down from space and they disperse aluminum in the atmosphere. But at the same time, if you dispose of this object because they have maneuverability capabilities, you reduce the space environmental impact by 56%, okay? Because you avoid collisions and so you improve the situation there. We didn't include explosions here, but it gives you an idea of how the two come together, okay? So you change the environmental impact on Earth, you improve the one in space, you need to balance the two things. So in order to be able to study this, we put everything together into a web tool that was developed together with MIT and a company in Canada called Columbia, in which we are able to analyze the interplay between the environmental impact on Earth and the environmental impact in space, and trying to find a reasonable balance between the two. And this is me.
So thank you very much to the speakers this morning, and see you in 30 minutes.
Okay. Bye.
So the French Space Agency. Laurence, is it okay for you?
Anyway, I'm here to talk about this decarbonization roadmap for the French space sector. And I'm going to explain to you how we've been working, why, and what are the outcomes of this roadmap. Next slide, please. Thank you. So I'm going to start with the mandate we received, because we actually started together with the whole sector, with the whole space sector, thanks to the organization that has been asked. We've been asked to organize it by the French Ministry of Economy. So I'm going to start with that. Then I'll go through the organization of the work, the parameter and the scopes of the footprint that we have done, and then the different levers, the ambition, and that will lead us to the conclusion. Next slide, please. So the whole story starts with the mandate we officially received from the French Minister of Economy. The objective of this roadmap was to be able to gather together the whole space sector and to work in cooperation with the whole space sector. It's of course not a exercise that we wanted to do on our own in CNES with some data we might have, but it had to be a cooperative exercise if one wants to have a roadmap in which all the different companies, being small or big companies that we're working with, feel involved in. So, the French minister asked us to organize and to realize this roadmap within the organization of the COSPAS. COSPAS is an industrial organization that meets every month, and that actually the objective is to put together very different companies with the Ministry of Economy, with CNES, in order to think about the space system ecosystem, and to try to see how we can develop it and how we can promote it at the international level. So the French Minister of Economy asked us to use the COSPAS to develop this roadmap, and that's how we've been working. The team of the COSPAS is organized in working groups, and one of these working groups is dedicated to sustainability. So that's the working group number 4, and that's the one. And this one is animated by Thales Alenia Space and the Minister of Economy. So we use this arena to organize our work. We started in January, more or less in January 24, and the work lasts 18 months. And during these 18 months, we met approximately, I would say, 10 days in presence. I mean, and we've been working in presence, so that's 10 meetings plus some workshops dedicated to the different levers that I will explain a bit later on. So we've been working within all these companies that you have on the slides, with a very wide variety of companies, from upstream to downstream, taking into account both companies involved in launchers, infrastructures, data, you name it. I mean, the whole sector was quite well represented in there. So I'm not going to go through, but you have it on the slide. So how did we work? Yeah, next slide is presenting. We started, what we needed to do this roadmap is a starting point. So starting point means the year of reference, what we call T0, for which we would have a first evaluation of the footprint, the carbon footprint of the sector. So what we started with was what is going to be the parameter of our study? What will be the estimation of the carbon footprint? And that took us quite a lot of time, because it is quite technically complex and it needed all the companies to share some data. So we signed NDAs and we share, and we got into with a volunteering and a good, I would say, good cooperation spirit, which was absolutely necessary to be able to share some data that the various companies had in order to estimate this carbon footprint. Then we had to define the ambition. What was the target? What would be the milestone? In which year we would define as main targets for us. Once that's done, we had to, now that we had the first footprint and the year of reference, then we had to define the levers to aim these targets, and some other facilitating action. I will give the definition of what is a facilitating actions later. Then we had to define the different scenarios in which the companies could project themselves in, and how we're going to implement the whole roadmap, and what will be the governance for the future. So that's how we've been working. Next slide. So for the parameters and the scopes, yes. First, we've been working on climate change only. So this roadmap is really on CO2 equivalent, and the rest of the work for the environmental footprint will be, well, what we still have to do in the coming years. But we had to start somewhere, and we started with climate change, meaning with CO2, and the rest of the parameter we will tackle next in the next years. Next slide, please. We worked with within an LCA method, from cradle to grave, taking into account all the aspects of the life cycle, from the R&D to the end of life. Of course, end of life is not the same thing for launchers, for satellites, or for ground segments, but we've taken into account all these aspects of the life cycle. Yeah, next one. We decided to define the carbon footprint in 4 different segments, which corresponds to different aspects of the space sector, different dimension of the space sector. the launchers, space segment, ground segment, and user segment. So everything you're going to see about the carbon footprint will be linked to one of these segments. For the time frame, we use the year 2023, except for the launchers, which has been averaged on the period of 18 to 23 for obvious reason linked to the transition between Ariane 5 and Ariane 6 and the COVID. For the other operational scopes, we use a footprint method. Sorry. Can you hear me well? Because I've got message
Yes.
on my computer.
Yes.
Okay. I've got weird message on my computer. Okay. We use the footprint method and not the inventory one, because we work with, of course, at the international level, and what we wanted to map what the footprint of the French companies, whether they are in France or they are in foreign countries, or having their activities in France or in foreign countries, which is summarized on this slide that you have. So for the launcher segment, it can be taken into account if you launch a satellite from another launchers. Obviously, if it's a French company which is launching the satellite, and on the user, which is not as obvious as it might seem, for the user segment, we've taken into account every user device that has been used by French users, or that has been manufactured by French companies. But not every single device that has been used to receive French data, because we thought that would be a much wider perimeter, and we would not have robust data in order to tackle this question. Next slide, please. So the carbon footprint, taking all these parameters into account, the carbon footprint is actually estimated at roughly a bit less than 2 million tons CO2 equivalent. And as you can see on this slide, you have 3 big blocks in this. One for launches, which count for a third, approximately, a third for the space segment, and a third which is shared between the users and the ground segment. 1.8, we say an average, because of course this is an estimation, and it does not take into account the emission on the that have an impact on the radiative equilibrium of the Earth at the global level. So we didn't take into account data that we don't have, but we know that emission in the upper atmosphere can be quite high. So what we have to estimate is today that this 1.8 million tons is a low estimation. So probably it will have to be revised in the coming years once we have gathered the data. The ambition we have decided to tackle is linked to the French policy of the national strategy of low carbon national strategy, which is also linked to the European strategy. And we aimed considering 2015 as the reference year, aiming at minus 49% for in 2040 and minus 78% in 2050. So that is a target that has been set by the French planification, low carbon strategy for industry. It's not the same for agriculture. It's not the same for all these sectors, but for the industry, that's what has been decided. So next slide. If we compare with, if we take into account that we have a reference year in 2023, it means that our target, starting from 1.8 in 2050, has to be reduced to minus 83%, which is massive. Next slide. So then once we have this in mind, of our footprint, our ambition, what we have to aim at, then we've been working in workshops on what can be the levers to tackle these very ambitious targets. So we identified some levers and some facilitating actions. The levers are actions that we can measure, that contribute to these scenarios and that can be estimated for in reduction of our actual emissions. And the facilitating actions are qualitative support actions. Next slide, please. Considering the levers, we have defined 6 different levers, considering energy, transport, so you have them on the slide, materials, propellant, and I don't see very well on the slide, so I'm gonna put that for me. So energy, transport, the levers dealing with circular economy, with eco-conception, and about materials, propellant, and processing. There is a very interesting lever that emerged out of the workshop that we called pooling, which correspond to circular economy or what we call functionality economy, meaning that we can think about sharing and pooling industrial tools, infrastructure between the different different companies, and we can standardize some infrastructures. So that's an interesting one that emerges out of our discussion. Of course, there's a lever about data, optimizing the generation, storage, and processing of data. The last one, upper atmosphere, we wanted to keep it in mind because now we cannot estimate how much is it and how much we can reduce it, because we still have ongoing studies about this lever, but we wanted to keep it in mind, so we left it in the lever for later use. For all these different levers, the workshop we've organized have estimated their different impact on the various segments that I showed you before, because not all the levers have an impact on at the same level on the various segments. So we have done this precise estimation through our workshop, which will lead, next slide, please. Which leads to this result that you have on the slide. So each level has been estimated with min, max, and average their impact on every level, and from then on we will be able to design a scenario, high, medium, or low impact scenario for every level. Next one. So this is the list of the facilitating actions that we have tried to define. I'm not going to read them all, but they are linked with education, with awareness, with various policy support, with investment from the states, with promoting and lobbying at the European level, and so on and so forth. So all these facilitating actions have their own, we've explained them quite well. So in order that all the as well as the companies, but as well as the state or CNES as a public company can try to bring to work on them. Next slide. Scenario. Yeah. So this brings us to the scenario, the various scenario we've designed, taking into account a potential growth of the sector. So we've taken some Novaspace input according to which we could estimate, but that really is an estimation because God knows what the growth will be in the next 30 years. But we couldn't take zero because we witness an expansion of the activities. So we took an average of 2.2%. Next slide, please, just to explain in the next slide what you can see. So you can see the carbon footprint in 2023. That's the first number you have on the slide, and second is the estimated growth at 2040 target. And then you have every lever that is estimated at its average scenario, which bring us to 2040 at the end of the graph, where you can see what is left as a carbon footprint, which is a bit more than 1.1 million ton, which is not that far from a target taking into account minus 48%, which is a bit more than 900,000 ton of carbon. So for we're not that far if only if we use and we get into we all mobilize all the different levels, meaning we cannot just take one or two which is easy to implement. We have to take them all. So that's for 2040. For 2050, the level we have selected does not bring us to the target of minus 83%. As you can see, we're still short about more than 600,000 tons of CO2 to diminish. So as you can see, we're quite far. So basically, what we have said in our roadmap is that for the moment, all the level we have imagined, which are quite, we know they exist, we know we can work on them, we know it's gonna be hard to implement them, but we know we can work on it. But for 2050, we have to work on other levels. We have to imagine other technological tools, or we have to tackle some to imagine new way of working to go down to our targets. Next slide, please. This is quite interesting because it shows that under the various segments, there are some that are very easy. We can easily tackle the emission coming from the space segment, and the ground segment. It is more difficult for the launcher segment or the end user segments. So this is definitely what we have to tackle for 2050 in order to reach our targets. But it's very useful for the companies so they can project themselves in the various levels and imagine what they can do. As a conclusion, I'm trying to be really quick, which is not that easy. You have the you have the trajectory, the scenario as usual, which is it's a bit of the same presentation as the IPCC does. So you have the as usual scenario, which bring us with a very important increase of the emissions, and you have all the low trajectory, average and high one. And as you can see, considering the target we have, basically, even with the high the high scenario, we hardly reach the target. So that means that we still have to work together as within the sector to try to find new ways of working together in order to reduce our carbon footprint. And next slide. So this roadmap, which is we have tried to really root it in reality. This is a very sincere work that has been done together with data that we agree on. We might not have all the data. Many are estimated at this point, but still we have tried to do a very sincere work, and we have edited this roadmap with a lot of behind this roadmap there is a heavy document that is shared between the space sector. So every company, depending on where they work, they have technical details they can rely on to try to think and develop a strategy in which they can tackle these issues with common tools. I've been a bit longer. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. This is pretty much the end of my presentation. Just to say that our next gathering within the COSPAS is actually next week, and we now that we have this roadmap, we're going to work with representatives of all these of the various segments to see how we can help them to and encourage them to get into this roadmap, and that's it. Thank you very much for your listening.
Thank you very much, Laurence. Now we open the floor for any questions to Laurence or to Massimiliano. Please take the floor if you wish. Yes, please. Julien.
Yeah, Julien from Aerocarbo. I have a question because you did a very nice job with this roadmap to decarbonization for the decarbonization of the space sector. Did you work with the UK? Because we heard from Andrew that there is a similar initiative going on. And do you know if there are any other similar initiative in Europe or with ESA? I don't know what is going on that side. Thank you.
Bonjour, Julien. No, we haven't been working with the UK. We've pretty much worked on our own with Carbon 4 to do this estimation and to do this roadmap. But I will be very happy to hear from them, obviously. And ESA is actually working on it. We've made we've seen them in July, present them the whole result, the whole methodology. The idea being that it would be very nice that ESA is doing the same job using the same method. So we might compare the results and share the data that we have used. So I know they want to work on it, and I actually know as well that they want to use the ministerial in order to present this work as a mandate from the ministerial.
Yeah, I can just add that, yes, we have been working on it in terms of our own impact and like the ESA impact, and actually with the same consortium that was then used by CNES to do this work. And obviously enlarging this to the whole European space sector is the goal. So definitely we as soon as we saw the French decarbonization roadmap out, and even before, we tried to get the insights from Laurence, because we wanted to know what it was about and to work from that, because we don't want to reinvent the wheel, and it would be better to be harmonized. So yes, on the list, on the to-do list.
If I could just jump in from a UK perspective. We in the UK, we started implementing carbon audits back in 2022 and 2023 in Scotland only. it is not as robust. It was not as robust as what Kinesis has done. But from that project now, as you heard earlier, we're rolling that out to the rest of the UK with our initial report plans to be published in December. That's a much bigger report than we've done previously in Scotland, and a lot of what we did there was based on learning from what ESA have done. So we had a lot of collaboration with them and developed our own processes from ESA's work. But yeah, as I say, it'd be very, very interesting once that's published to maybe discuss with you at Kines and look at overlaps.
Sure.
Any more questions for our two speakers? If this is not the case, then I would like to thank you again for participating at our workshop. And now I think it's time to start our roundtable, our panel. I give the floor to Bianca Sofian, she's a principal sustainability analyst in Callen. Please, Bianca, you have the floor to coordinate this. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this last part of our workshop today, the roundtable discussion on the environmental impact, environmental footprint of satellite constellations. I believe my opening thoughts have been mentioned throughout the day, so I will not maybe insist on that, just to reiterate the fact that I believe we're all becoming more aware of the rapid expansion of space activities and the clashes that it has with the sustainability concerns that we have. And when we talk about sustainability in general, I think the most issues that come up in our discussions remain space debris, satellite collision, the environmental impact of satellite manufacturers, rocket launches, and so on and so forth. So there's really a question of where we are at this moment. And in the European Union, it has been mentioned, I believe, by Vera in her presentation, the EU Space Act, of course, that has been put forward by the Commission in June this year, and sets a regulatory framework that addresses some of these sustainability concerns next to the other two pillars of safety and resilience. And the sustainability requirements within the proposal include space operators having to report standardized data on the environmental impact of space activities, as well as to calculate the environmental footprint of their space activities throughout the life cycle of space missions. So we look forward to see the thoughts and opinions of our speakers on this topic and not only. So please allow me to introduce our speakers of today. I will start with the ones closest to me, to the furthest. So we have Julian Dosch from Aerodecarbo. Then we have James Matthews from Eutelsat, Jordi Casanova from Amazon Kuiper, Natalia Vicente from GSOA, and not least Mario Neri from Telesat. Welcome, everyone, and thank you for being here to share your knowledge with us. We'll start with some short presentations from each of our speakers. We intend to keep it short. Let's see if we manage. And then we will dive into the questions, some questions that we thought would be interesting to debate. And then we will open the floor to the public here and online. So Julien, if you want to start, we can share the mic.
Yeah, thank you, Bianca. So hello everyone, so I'm an aerospace engineer and the secretary of Aerodecarbo, which is an NGO that is specialized in the decarbonization of the aerospace sector. So basically we try to make a state of the art of what is in the literature, try to vulgarize it, communicate on the different topics, and try to find some levers and push forward for the decarbonization of the space sector, following some initiatives such as the one we just mentioned with the roadmap, with the Space Act and all those kind of things. So that's it for the very short presentation for Aerodecarbo. And regarding the impacts themselves of the space sector, well, I think we already had a pretty deep presentation of different effects, so I will go very quickly on this. So as you understood space activities are the only ones that are not emitting only in the troposphere, but also in the stratosphere, on which we can find the ozone layer, which protects us from the UVs, and also in higher layers of the atmosphere. Okay, and if we go next slide, we already discussed a lot about the particles that were emitted during the launch event with soot, alumina, and water that definitely increased the impact of the overhaul activities. I just wanted to put few numbers that need to be defined with caution, as they were like numbers from all studies, I will say, but still give you the orders of magnitude that make sense. I mean, a few years ago, the numbers we had regarding the CO2 impact of the space sector were close from 0.01% of the global humankind impact on climate change. And if you took this article from Ross from 2014, we could find something close to 0.5%, which means we had a factor that was 50 times higher if you just took the non-CO2 impact of the soot. But that was just one study. New studies arrived, and then we think that maybe it's a bit lower. The work from CNES also shows us that just the CO2 impact is maybe a bit higher than we thought. So this times 50 seems maybe now a bit too much. But still, we need to keep in mind that those effects are not negligible, and we still need to put a lot of research on that topic to fill the gaps, as Marie and Vera mentioned earlier. So just wanted to stress that out. And otherwise, we also have issues with the ozone layer, also with alumina during the launch event, but also with the satellites going back to Earth. This slide, we saw it already. So as you know, the space sector is increasing very fast, even though we have huge uncertainties on some of the effects, as I mentioned. Uncertainties not on the existence of those phenomena, but uncertainty on the impacts. And if we go next slide, just wanting to introduce the fact that so we have to measure the impact of the satellites, the launch event, even though we have these uncertainties, but also we need to question why do we want to have those constellations, right? So we have constellation for telecommunication, that's great, but then we have very different types of constellation. We have constellation with only few satellites, with few hundred satellites, and then with dozens of thousands of satellites. And the kind of services they are providing are definitely not the same, because if you are a continent such as Europe that is pretty dense, in which you can use the optic fiber, for instance, then the needs are very different from a country such as the US, which is less dense, let's say, in terms of telecommunication. So just wanted to stress that out. And if I say on that topic, so there is this one-pager that you can find from the SHIFT project that gives this very interesting number. So by the end of 2023, Starlink with 5,000 satellites and 2 million subscribers was emitting 1.6 megaton. And at the same time, that was, so 1.6 megaton is twice as much as the terrestrial network that could serve for 40 million households and 70 million smartphones. So that was a few years ago already, twice as much environmental impact for Starlink, even though it was only connecting 2 million people. So depending on what you're aiming for, if your goal is just to connect people, then you can find different strategies. And you have to keep in mind that, of course, the impact of one single satellite makes sense, but also the number of satellites in your constellation is also something that you need to consider. And then that's more linked with not the environmental impact and the LCA, but more about what do you expect from those constellations. Okay. And just to as a summary, so of course there's the usual impacts, but also the non-CO2 effects that we mentioned a lot. They have effects during launch event, but also during re-entry. We did not mention that much the ozone layer, but we also have some impacts on the ozone layer. And maybe the last and most important one is we need to focus as well on what's the usage of the constellation, what do we use and need them for, and then it will deeply impact the number of satellites you are using, the mass of the satellites, especially because you need to launch them, but also to maintain the infrastructure, especially in LEO, as the lifetime is very limited. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Julien. Shall we continue with James?
So, hi everybody. My name is James Matthews. I'm the CSI Director for Eutelsat. I'm English and French and based in France. So I just want to give you a brief overview of Eutelsat. who we are and kind of what the big issues are from us, a private company, okay? So we kind of, well, I'm going to give you a little bit of an introduction of what Eutelsat is, just in case there's any doubts. Could we show the slides, please? It's coming. Well, I mean, to give you a kind of a heads up on the slide, the one thing I'm going to say is that Eutelsat operates nearly 700 spacecraft. Okay, we're the only operator in the world, apart from Starlink, with an operational LEO network. We've got 654 LEO satellites in orbit, in operation, about 34 geostationary satellites, so that's nearly 700 satellites in orbit. Okay, so when we say, and everybody says, oh, space sustainability is like really important, we're really engaged. For us, it's like fundamental. If space isn't sustainable, if it isn't usable, we don't have a business. It's like a business fundamental necessity. Okay, we're a satellite operator, a commercial satellite operator. We kind of split this into two subjects. One is just to give you an overview on the kind of environmental, let's say Earth-based aspect of the environmental analysis and impact. And the second one is about space sustainability. So in terms of environmental impacts on the Earth, we're talking much more about carbon footprint, very traditional sort of carbon calculations. This is what we are doing. We wanted just to share, because this is about European regulators, what the kind of regulatory framework we're working with there. I've written the word EU Space Act. We're not here to describe the EU Space Act, but there are, we talked earlier, environmental impact issues in the EU Space Act. CSRD, which is the reporting directive in Europe, which is in vigor this year. It applies to Eutelsat this year. We're a Wave 1 company. Okay, so that's applicable. The other two are coming. I'm going to, the point we put at the bottom in terms of principal concerns, I want to be really transparent. I want to bring something from a sort of a private company perspective to the meeting. These are the type of concerns we hear a lot, okay? From a CSR director point of view, I can tell you we hear it a lot. And these really are the principal concerns of the business. One is the workload associated with an increase in regulatory landscape, which is I'm not questioning the why, I'm not questioning the benefit, I'm just saying these are concerns we get all the time. How much workload is increasing? Competitive disadvantage for European versus non-European companies, big one. Okay, the first two things on that list in terms of regulation apply to European companies, don't apply to non-European companies, okay? And only the first one, well, the second one, they apply to European companies of a certain size as well. And the other one I would kind of highlight as well is the risk of, it doesn't often get raised, risk, but it gets raised a lot by management, a lot by board, the risk of excessive data disclosure. Particularly the reporting directive requires us as a company to report very transparently on a lot of things, which maybe other companies, competitors don't have to report on. That is a non-negligible thing for a company to take into consideration, okay? These are the kind of regulatory framework things that we're dealing with in terms of the environmental impact. If we go on to the next slide, what are we doing? We do, obviously, we're very engaged in terms of environmental impact assessment. We do produce an annual carbon footprint for the company, including our nearly 700 satellites in orbit, okay? We do make a complete carbon assessment of the company, and we do publish that on an annual basis, and we have done since 2021. And we work all the time to improve that model, okay? We have a carbon trajectory going forward to 2030. We have carbon reduction plans and carbon reduction commitments going forward to 2030, and those have been validated by the SBTi. So we're pretty engaged. Everything we've heard about today, the French decarbonisation roadmap, the UK decarbonisation roadmap, the PEFCR, Eutelsat, we participate in all of those, okay? We're really engaged in the subject. Principal concerns here we wanted to share is kind of, it rolls down into one. We've talked a lot about harmonized methodologies, but one thing I would really kind of stress is that carbon factors and environmental impacts are, my auditor says, of highly uncertain nature. High level of uncertainty are the words of my auditor, okay? What we're saying is if you want to know the carbon impact of electricity in France, there's a published carbon factor and it's very clear and everybody uses the same one and it's very clear. If you want to know what the carbon factor of a geostationary satellite is, we have one, we use it to calculate our carbon footprint, but how accurate is it? We use the same carbon factor for every geostationary satellite we have, whether it's big, whether it's small. We use the same carbon factor for every launch that we make, whether it's by Ariane or SpaceX or whoever. Okay, we don't have much more information than that. And they're our biggest carbon emissions. So we really believe that we want to work, the reason we work in the PFCR and on these decarbonisation roadmaps is we think working on that is going to improve our accuracy of data. And you've got accurate data, you can start to make decisions, like important decisions. Okay, so that's really what I would kind of stress there. Second part I wanted to would just touch on here was responsible use of space. So here we're talking about, you know, how space is used, you know, space debris, these type of issues. Again, it's super important for you. So don't necessarily need to repeat that. You know, there's a phrase on this page which I'll kind of highlight. I'm here with a colleague who works in the regulatory affairs. We might speak to Marcel a bit later on, who's dealing a lot with our EU Space Act. But EUTELSAT, the words are EUTELSAT supports the EU Space Act. Okay, we're a supporter of the EU Space Act for the reason of the kind of harmonisation of rules and the fairness of application of rules. I mean, EUTELSAT is a French operator. So we are submitted to the French space law, which is a very high bar in terms of space law. Not every space operator in the world or satellite operator is subject to this level. So we see the EU Space Act as a way of kind of harmonizing that amongst operators. So we're very broadly supportive. Okay, there's a consultation, we'll give our feedback, etc., but that's, you know, the broad picture. And if we go on to the last piece to highlight, yeah, I mean, again, this just highlights some of the efforts and things that we've put in place as a responsible space operator. We do, somebody earlier talked about the RISE program. We're a participant in the RISE program. We're a participant in the ELSA-M program, which is a demonstrator by Astroscale for the active removal of low Earth orbit this low Earth orbit satellite. It's going to be a Eutelsat satellite that's going to be removed as part of the demonstration. So we're very actively participating in several areas. I would kind of go back to my first statement about space sustainability. For us, it's not a kind of a choice. It's not a regulatory thing. If space isn't sustainable, we have no business. And that's why we're fully committed.
Right. Thank you, James. Very reassuring to hear that. We continue with Jordi.
So, thank you, everyone. Pleasure to be here. Thanks for the invitation. I have also some slides. I've taken a little bit of a different approach. What I wanted to do in my intro is really to present Project Kuiper for those of you that don't know it. And I hope I will be able to answer Julian's question about what are the benefits that these technologies can bring to citizens worldwide and also here in the European Union. Okay, well, I'll start and then we can catch up with the slides. So Kuiper is a project that was announced by Amazon in 2019. We are planning to launch more than 3,000 satellites into low Earth orbits. And the mission is to provide affordable and high-speed broadband to citizens around the world that currently do not have access to reliable broadband. So in order to launch our constellation, we are going to partner in particular with key EU space industry companies, in particular Arianespace. We contracted with them 18 launches with the Ariane 6 rocket. Yeah, that's perfect. So we at the time of our announcement in 2022, we represented actually 2/3 of the order book of Arianespace. So through this partnership, we contributed to the EU's strategic autonomy and the EU's access to space. And we've also partnered with Beyond Gravity, Swedish company that will be manufacturing our satellite dispensers. And what you're seeing here is a study that we commissioned to Oxford Economics, in which we tried to estimate the positive impact of those partnerships in the EU economy. Close to 3 billion euros in GDP contribution, more than 3,000 jobs, and more than 700 million in taxes supported through these partnerships. Amazon has announced an expense of $10 billion in Project Kuiper, and around a quarter of that expense is going to be directed to the EU space industry through these partnerships. Next slide. So just so you can see what type of services we'll be offering, here are the customer terminals that we will give our customers to be able to access broadband from space. From left to right, you see from the smallest customer terminal to the enterprise terminal on the very right. So if you take the one in the middle, is the one, our standard residential terminal. With that terminal, you'll be able to get up to 400 megabits per second download speeds. We announced it will cost to manufacture less than $400 per terminal. And the one on the right is the enterprise terminal. Actually, a few weeks back, we did our first test with those terminals, and we managed to achieve more than 1 gigabit per second download speeds with that terminal. We think it's the first time that you are able to get fiber-like speeds from space, so it was a great milestone for us. Next slide. So we will be able to offer services to a broad range of customers, from residential customers in remote and rural areas, small businesses in areas with no fiber coverage, public services, think hospitals, think schools that are in areas with bad connectivity. Also mobility sectors, so think airplanes, think boats, think potentially trains. We will also offer services to emergency services. So whenever there's a natural disaster, which more and more we see in the world, many times the terrestrial infrastructure goes down. We have the examples, for example, of Mayotte in France recently, also Valencia last year. And in those situations, satellite service can still be used, and therefore can still provide connectivity to citizens and emergency services providers in a situation where it's much needed. And we will also be offering a satellite backhaul service for mobile network operators. Next slide. You can skip to the next one as well. So we wanted to understand what kind of benefits this can bring in terms of connectivity in Europe. So we commissioned this study, which is looking at 7 countries in the EU. And what you can see here is if you go from left to right in the horizontal axis, you're moving from the most urban areas to the most rural areas in those countries. And the curves that you can see are the costs of reaching those households in each country. And so, as you can see, the costs of reaching households with fiber in those countries increase exponentially as you are approaching the hardest to reach rural households on the very right of the chart. So yes, I agree that Europe has a very densely populated is a continent with a high level of population density. But still today, we have around 20% of households in the EU which do not have fiber coverage. Many countries like Greece have very little fiber coverage. And so what this shows is that actually satellite can be a very efficient technology. You can see the cost curves for LEO satellite in the chart. You can see that it's way more efficient than fiber for the hardest to reach areas. Next slide. So this is looking at the very top. You can see the subsidies required to reach 100% fiber coverage in the 7 countries of the study. And the two charts at the bottom show the percentage of those subsidies that can be saved if instead of using fiber, you would rely on commercially offered, so non-subsidized LEO broadband. And what you can see is that a very large proportion of those subsidies can be saved. It goes from 19 up to 70% of the total subsidies can be saved by relying on LEO broadband. So a very significant proportion, even if the capacity of the constellations is relatively small, we cannot cover and offer services to all households in these countries. But because of the exponentiality of that cost curve with covering households with fiber, a small number of households can represent a big percentage in terms of subsidies saving. Next slide. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Jordi. I think we have Natalia next. She's ready. We have the presentation ready.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, I will start with who we are as GSOA in case someone doesn't know very well, because it's a little bit of a break of hearing to some of the operators and then hearing to the association. And I think it's a nice way, because GSOA is the association that represents the satellite industry. I am accompanied by many of my members today here. So to say that we represent GEO, MEO, LEO operators, but we also represent launchers, manufacturers, and a ground segment providing antennas and so on. So why emphasizing all this? Because with the 70 members, around 70 members that we really have a platform of conversation and discussion. And as you may imagine, the complexity of the topics that we are discussing today here are already complex just within the industry, even more, of course, when we discuss them with the public sector. Before even getting to the code of conduct that I'm here to present a bit, I think from what I've been hearing also from the industry and from my colleagues before, we should acknowledge and we should think at least about the benefits that the satellite environment is bringing also. GSOA focuses especially on satellite communications, but of course we also have members that do Earth observation, and we know that there's navigation, and all of those are providing certain benefits that we need to think about. And I think in Jordi's presentation, we saw it clearly. It's connecting the unconnected, is bringing a more efficient commercial services, is using the natural resources more efficiently too, and so on, so that we really also consider this positive side of the innovation that is arising in the sector. I am just gonna give let's go to the before one, please. I'm just going to give a brief description of something that happened already a bit ago, and many of you in this room have heard about this and probably have studied it at this stage. But GSOA worked on a code of conduct in 2023 with all the membership. This was not the first time that we spoke about space sustainability in the group, but this was the first time that we really engaged also with the LEO operators that we have now in the association. The objective of this exercise was to promote space sustainability practices coming from the industry, maximizing the use and the access and of course the benefits of the space. And the goal is to recognize that the space provides significant benefits, but that we need to definitely preserve them utilizing orbits and valuable services with a timely action. I think this was just a first step for an association like ours into identifying a few points in which we could start working. It doesn't limit what you will see in the next slides to the issues that we are here discussing and that we are discussing further. But I think it was something that the industry was agreeing on and taking steps on. And we have heard from my colleague of Eutelsat, not because there's discussions like this happening, doesn't mean that the operators and the companies are already doing many things to ensure that we are going to a better place, no? So if we maybe go to the next slide, we recognized or we identified 4 topics that were of I wouldn't say priority, but 4 topics that we agreed that were relevant. And it was the collision risk mitigation, so implementing measures to minimize the threat of collision between spacecrafts. So how to do this? We defined a few guidelines or recommendations. I think it's called specifically that is to on the design of the spacecrafts that they are designed also with trackability measures until safe disposal, to coordinate with operators during deployment operations and deorbiting, but also contributing to international rules of the road. I think one of the main points that I would like to convene throughout the presentation is the part of the collaboration between all the players here. Not only the industry, but even we have heard from different stakeholders. Everyone is a topic that is important, is interesting for everyone, but we should not duplicate, we should not overload. We need to also coordinate in how we're doing things so that we are not burdening something that's happening that has a lot of potential. If we go to the next slide, we also identified the importance of minimizing the threat of non-trackable debris. So taking steps in the design, the launch, the orbit, operational and deorbit phases of the spacecraft mission to ensure that the satellites or portions do not become sources of debris. And of course, this will require using relevant state-of-art techniques in the design of satellites, ensure that the risk of the accidents, the accidental destruction of space systems is assessed and mitigated, and also ensure responsible post-mission disposal. As a third point, we recognized also the importance of preserving human life in space. So ensure also that the spacecrafts do not endanger other supporting structures that are there and therefore human life. And as a last one, we identified also the importance of limiting satellite reflectivity. So minimize, and we have heard it today, the negative impacts on ground-based optical astronomy, while allowing observation of optical wavelengths and ensuring the delivery of satellite services. As mentioned, and even though it seems like simple, like, okay, of course, we all agree on these are important and relevant topics, for the industry to also sit together and decide on a set of recommendations that the industry, as we have heard, is already trying to put in place in their different designs, in their different ways to approach the potential of their projects, I think was a very big step for us. Of course, if you go to the code of conduct, you will see that there's much more detailed information than the one I'm sharing here, but I thought it was a good point. And this was not, of course, one step, and we will not do anything else. There has been further developments that maybe we can discuss a little bit with the conversation. Thank you very much.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Natalia. And we end this series of presentations with Mario.
Thank you, and hello, everyone. Good news, I have only 2 slides. So, but hopefully they are enough to deliver some important messages. So, I represent Telesat. Telesat is a satellite operator that is headquartered in Canada, and we intend and we offer already services in Europe. So we will be one of those operators that will be subject to the EU Space Act that are not based in Europe. So the first slide is basically explaining, giving a little bit of background of Telesat. I think it's important for what I'm saying later, not because I just want to give some marketing advertisement about my company. So first of all, Telesat is not a startup. We were founded in 1969. So we have more than 55 years of experience in operating satellites. We have operated geostationary satellites, and since 2016 we have embarked in the project of developing a low Earth orbit constellation, which is called Telesat Lightspeed. I saw that it was on one of the previous slides. Usually it doesn't happen. Usually you hear only about SpaceX, Starlink, Amazon Kuiper, with all due respect, OneWeb, but never about Telesat Lightspeed. So that is a fully funded LEO network that will provide broadband connectivity globally, but not to consumers. So you will not be able to go to a shop and buy a Telesat Lightspeed service, because we will serve governments and enterprises. And this is slightly connected with sustainability, because one message that I believe not always goes through is that not all LEO constellations have the same missions or the same aim or the same characteristics. We all use the same technology or a similar technology, the same part of orbit, but to do different things. For example, one of the differences is that we don't serve consumers. We only serve businesses or governments. Thirdly, I'm an engineer by background, so I need to say something that is technical. The constellation uses K-band spectrum only, like Kuiper, and we have optical intersatellite links, which are related to a sustainable use of resources. Because if you have optical intersatellite links and your satellites can speak to each other, you need less ground segment compared to other similar technologies, because you reduce. A satellite can operate and can be part of the network even if it is not in view of a gateway Earth station. So this is in our view, not only good for sustainability, but of course also because it supports use cases that not all LEO constellations can provide. And in terms of timing, we will start launching our satellites in December 2026. And we will commence global service with only 156 satellites. So we are, although I understand from the EU Space Act, we will still be a mega constellation, but we are deploying a low number of satellites. Why it is so low? For two reasons. First of all, they fly high. So we deploy around 1,300 kilometers of altitude. So the higher you fly, the fewer satellites you need to illuminate the Earth in the same way. And these are big satellites. Every satellite weighs around 800 kilograms. So it's a big satellite. So next slide and last slide. Some messages about space sustainability. The first point is exactly what James has said. So think of satellite operators, if you don't want to think about them as a nice people, at least think about the fact that they are responsible for self-interest. We need access to space, to orbital and spectrum resources in a sustainable way in order to be a business concern. If so, using these scarce resources sustainably comes from our own interest. If we are messing up with space, then we cannot make business, we cannot make money for our shareholders. Second message, maybe it will be a bit new to some of you, but I want to tell you that the highest risk in low Earth orbit is not caused by constellations. And it's not me telling it. you have a couple of studies, at least, referenced at the bottom of the page. But the highest risk is an aggregation of hundreds of individual payloads that have less sophisticated collision avoidance. Now, I like to talk about practical examples. Having a constellation is safer because there is the same technical body, the operator, that operates all those satellites. So first of all, an operator doesn't want to hit another of its satellites because otherwise its network goes down and its orbital shell is polluted by fragments. But also an operator can choose to operate these satellites in a manner even safer than current standards. And I make an example. It's public that, for example, SpaceX carries out a collision avoidance maneuver with their satellites with a probability of collision of 10 to the minus 6. The ISO standard or the FCC rules oblige you to carry out a maneuver when the probability of collision is computed by to be beyond the threshold 10 to the minus 4. So SpaceX decides to carry out a maneuver when the threshold is 100 times more stringent. Why they do that? Well, I can only speculate, but it's just because they want to make sure that there will be a business going concern in the future. So the third point I wanted to make is that we need harmonized rules because most of these low Earth orbit constellations are providing a service globally. So if the same thing is regulated differently depending on geography, then we, the operators and the manufacturers, are left with the choice of which standard do you design against. Do you always design against the strictest standard for the same thing? That may be an option, perhaps not commercially viable. But not only that, there may be standards that are contradicting each other for the same thing. So especially national regulations, etc. And I can make a few examples if you want later on. But most importantly, these rules not only need to be harmonized, but based on scientific studies. We should not put regulation before technical studies have been carried out and they are peer reviewed, because otherwise it's like putting the cart before the horses. And finally, a plea to regulators. This is a forum of regulations. Please leverage the technical and operational experience of the industry, because not because we are better than others, but because we have the experience of having operated satellites. We know what are the day-to-day difficulties of operating satellites. So please consult with industry and involve industry. For example, in the definition of the implementing acts of the EU Space Act, I hope that industry will have a role to play, because I don't think that for those things you can only rely on space agencies. But not because space agencies are worse than industry, it's just because perhaps we have more flight hours on our back. This is my 2 slides. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we managed to set the scene very well for our discussion. Maybe just to come back to Julien, because you were the first one to speak. In your research at Aero de Carbo, can you elaborate a bit on the environmental impacts of satellite constellations that are not maybe immediately obvious to the public and to the industry, and if, of course, if there are such environmental impacts?
Yeah, I think we already give some answers to that part with the discussions before, with the fact that we need the centralized database that is space dedicated, and that's where the work from Andrew, for instance, is absolutely crucial. We need to also some organization that gathers the data make sure that the data are safe, and so we can share them. We don't share them, but we have some references for the impact of one orange satellite, as Ver was saying. So we have this reference, and then we can compare the satellites between themselves. We also need to have some more research on the non-CO2 effect, and that's a point on which I do not agree with my colleague from Telesat regarding the fact that we have a bit of research that gives very frightening numbers. And so if we wait for the science to be absolutely complete, we're speaking about a PhD about science of the atmosphere, but also what are the produce of emission based on each propellant, what are the residuals, and then based on the size of the particles and the altitude at which they emit, then they have different impacts. So that's very complex science there that will need a lot of science and a lot of time. And regarding the uncertainty we have, can we wait 10, maybe 15 or 20 years to have some regulation on the impact? Especially with the increase of the space activities, I think that really makes no sense. I think we really should try to put some money into the research for sure, and at the same time try to make sure that we don't destroy the competition for our industry. That's for sure. But there is a balance in the middle, and we cannot say we need to have like the full scientific background. We need to put some first break on that to avoid to have some huge climate issues in the coming decades, for sure.
Thank you. Maybe to address, Mario, Jordi, and James, maybe this question is more relevant for you. Yeah. Okay. Please go ahead.
Hi. Yeah, since I'm part of the community that is actually producing the scientific results, then I'm very used to define regulations. I agree with Mario that decisions need to be supported by numbers. At the moment, it's not really completely clear which numbers need to be used. And not because the scientific part is not doing their job. It's just that there should be more support for that. And there is definitely an attempt to coordinate what we're doing. And it's happening in places like the IDC, it is happening. But I think that there's not enough happening at the moment. And probably because of a lack of support in some cases. I mean, in this forum, everyone agrees that sustainability is important, but it's not necessarily true that that is the same level of financial support that we receive, for example, when then we try to come up with a common metric, right? And having, for example, a common metric to decide if something is sustainable or not is currently a point of discussion and is quite important.
Thank you, Max, for the contribution. We have another question in the room.
Hi, Marlène Debon from the Shift Project. My question is for James and maybe Mario and Jordi. Can you share some levers you use to reduce carbon intensity reduction on Scope 3? And just before, Laurence shared that in French decarbonization strategy, there's a lever on material footprint reduction for user terminal. Is it something you work on? And is it a real constraint, or do you see the economic benefit for you or for your customer? And one question for Jordi. You compare satellite with fiber to the home on the economic indicator. Have you compared it on a carbon indicator or on a sustainable indicator?
Trying to remember. So I think the first question was real actions for decarbonisation for the Scope 3. So, as you say, we haven't got an absolute target for reduction of our Scope 3. For, I think maybe everybody in here knows, but Scope 3 for us is largely about satellites and satellite launches. Our Scope 3 is by far the most important part of our carbon footprint, and it's made up of satellites and satellite launches. We have in our roadmap to continue with new satellites to make our constellation live. So we haven't got an absolute reduction. What we're targeting is a carbon intensity reduction. That's to say the carbon we spend for every megabit of throughput we generate on our fleet should reduce. So we target to reduce that by over 50% from here to 2030. Okay. How do we achieve that? There's a couple of key actions. One is to extend the life of the assets we already have as long as we possibly can. Okay. This is as well very pertinent in terms of geostationary satellites, which are, you know, we talk a lot about LEO, and I think that perhaps this conference is more about LEO. But, you know, if we can extend the life, operational life of our geosatellites, we don't have to replace them. Obviously, that's an economic benefit for the company as well. So we've got a nice marriage between a sustainability benefit and an economic benefit for the company, because it's very expensive to, I'm saying something obvious, but it's very expensive to buy and launch satellites. So extending the life of assets we already have. And the second thing is maximizing the performance of new assets we're going to launch, new satellites we're going to launch. Make sure that for the carbon that we emit in terms of creation and launch, we're getting the most throughput we can. Again, that's a marriage between sustainability and the business benefit. The business benefit of that is quite obvious. So those are the two biggest kind of levers in terms of our scope 3. In terms of our scope 1 and 2, which is our direct emissions, so this comes back perhaps more as well to what Laurence was saying. So we have levers about the kind of classic levers. It's about energy consumption of our businesses. So switching to green energy, generating our own solar energy. We have teleports, so ground installations where we've been installing solar energy. Again, that's a sustainability benefit. We're lowering our carbon footprint. We're going to reduce our carbon emissions by 50% by 2030. And there's an economic benefit because we're reducing our operating costs, especially from the solar energy. And there's very limited, there is some operational impact or cost impact for switching to green energy contracts, but we can justify that right now. So we've, to say a global thing, sorry, I'm giving you a long answer to the question, but our job, my job, I'm the CSR director, is to kind of make the marriage for a business between the sustainability benefits and the business benefits. That's always our job. And when we find that marriage, we're able to move forward. And that's what we've tried to do with the kind of carbon footprint. Have I answered the question? Right. I'll give to...
Thank you. So your questions was same question as for James, and also comparison of carbon footprint with fiber networks. So I don't have the data, but what I can say on the second question around the comparability with fiber networks, I don't have the data, but what I can say is that when I look at studies that have been done that compare, on the one hand, a LEO satellite network with a fiber network, the typical comparison takes the end-to-end carbon footprint of the satellite network, so that includes launches, manufacturing of the satellites, takes into account the customer terminals, the use phase of the customer terminals, so end-to-end. And then it typically compares that to a fiber network's use phase modern consumption. Now, I don't think that's a apples to apples comparison, because you're taking effectively all emissions of a LEO satellite network and you're comparing it to just one part of the fiber network. Fiber networks require a lot of work. If you want to build a terrestrial infrastructure, you need to basically build the ducts where you're going to lay that fiber. You need to bring people there to build those ducts. You need to build exchanges. You need to build an entire terrestrial infrastructure that any satellite operator doesn't have or has in a much smaller scale. So the first, well, sure, but you see what I'm saying. You're looking at those launches. You're looking at the satellites. You're looking at everything, and then you go and look at just one part of the fiber network. That's not a like for like comparison. In addition to that, I will add that our targeted customers are in rural areas. And you saw previously in the slide the cost of rolling out fiber. It's a very efficient technology. Like, we're not saying that satellites should be used to cover all households. It's a more efficient technology than satellite to deliver broadband to a very big proportion of households. In the study that we had, it's around 75%. But it's a very inefficient technology to deliver fiber connectivity to remote and rural areas. And again, if you were to look at the carbon footprint of that terrestrial infrastructure in remote and rural areas where there's no high population density, where you need to have longer fiber lines, where you're going to build an exchange and it's going to cover a smaller number of customers, well, the carbon footprint is also going to be greater. So I think it's an area that needs to be looked at in more detail. I don't have the answer, but I would say when I have looked at studies that are comparing, I just don't think they give a robust answer to the question.
Sorry, can I come back? I didn't answer all of your question, Marlene, because you answered a question about user terminals. I just wanted to say, yes, it's an issue. We've done some modeling of impact of user terminals. What we see is that the biggest impact comes from their lifetime energy use, not from the manufacturer, not from the transport, but from their lifetime energy use. That's what we've seen in our very first kind of modeling that we've started to do. So as Eutelsat, it's become a bigger issue for us as we've gone more into the connectivity business, in the video business, where we just had simple customer reception terminals. They would consume less electricity, they last a long time. It was less of an issue. As we go more into connectivity, the terminal is more impacting. So we started to do some studying. So we see that our actions, our first actions to make a difference, need to be focused on energy consumption of the terminals, energy use. So finding ways to have lower consumption terminals, finding ways to, we start to design terminals with DC power inputs so they can connect to solar inputs, solar power inputs, there's some things like that we do. And we don't manufacture our own terminals. There are some people who manufacture their own terminals. So for us, it's not something we can directly do, but we start now to have these conversations with our suppliers to see if we can integrate that into their roadmap, because that's, something beneficial as well. It can be a point of difference. We see that in terms of business as can be a point of difference for us, which is interesting. So I just wanted to come back on the terminal point, so I didn't answer. Sorry, Mario.
Thank you. Perhaps I want you also to take a step back, because your question seems to imply that we should favor the technology that has the smaller environmental impact or the tons of CO2. Or at least I read it like that, or this could be an inspiration. Let's take a step back and just to let you know, at least in our experience, LEO connectivity is often inquired or used as a backup, hot backup for other technologies. For example, we hear a lot of governments, well, we read it on the news, that some governments want to deploy their own constellation for their government uses because they are afraid that their backbones in fiber, etc., are cut from one day to another. So they want a backup connectivity. So it's true that this is a forum where we talk about environment, etc. But let's not consider that these LEO technology, these LEO constellations are a substitute necessarily in all cases to other technologies that perhaps have different environmental footprint. We need, in my view, to see the big picture.
Yeah, and it's interesting to explore the tension between resilience, redundancy, and sustainability. And of course, it's maybe resilience is a key and not maybe redundancy in this tension.
Something, I don't know if you hear me all well.
of maybe online. I will get closer. No, but just on that, and I think you have touched on the point. I think data in general has to be taken also with perspective and analyzed with other information that there is. I'm not quite sure that the comparing with other technologies just like that is the way to go, because I think it's also is it even possible, like, to deploy fiber to those areas that will not be able to be connected otherwise. So comparing it just on this matter, I think it doesn't serve the correct purpose per se. I mean, there's many other places where we have a sustainability analysis with the planes, with the trains, with the cars, and that doesn't mean that we stop doing it because there's no other solution. For example, if we want to go to America, well, either you get a boat or you get a plane, but there's no other option. But also, in some occasions, it has not only been that data has been analyzed with other variables that still have a little bit more weight, so that they are deployed. And that doesn't mean that it should not be improved, but I think it's important to be taking them into a different set of them and not necessarily comparing it with other technologies by itself.
Can I say that, I mean, having said all of that, personally, I think that what the Commission is trying to do in the Space Act when it comes to environmental footprint, i.e. Gather information, develop a methodology, that's, I mean, I don't know for others, but in our case, it's one of the least concerning areas of the Space Act. Amazon is part of the Climate Pledge since 2019, which is our commitment to be net zero by 2040, 10 years before the Paris agreements. And Kuiper is going to be part of that commitment. And we publish every year an annual sustainability report. It's based on our methodology, which we think it's robust, but we welcome the effort to come up with a common methodology. Now, what is important is that that methodology is robust, and that it's built, in consultation with industry. So I was very happy to see the very long process that the Commission is expecting to have in the next years, and hopefully we can participate on that. I think from our side there are where we see more concerns with the Space Act is when it comes to the areas on space safety and sustainability. So not so much on the environmental footprint part, but I don't know if we want to talk about that.
Yeah, since we're back on the topic of the EU Space Act, we know that the proposal requires space operators to calculate the environmental footprint of their space activities throughout the life cycle of the space mission. In your opinion, since you have a hands-on approach to this, what are the specific challenges that you face in reducing the environmental footprint of manufacturing, launching, and operating the satellites?
I'll start. To say the first thing I would kind of repeat, maybe we've said a couple of times, is definitely the level of data to calculate the environmental footprint to start with. I know that that's part of the PEFCR work. We've talked a lot about that today. That's going to improve the situation a lot. But just to repeat today, we don't have a level of granularity in our data to say that even one operator, launch operator, is less impactful than another. When we decide if we want to go with one launch operator or another, the environmental impact isn't a consideration because we simply don't have the data. Today, that's the case. So, once you start having that information, then you can start thinking about making decisions on that basis. I'd say that's so level of data and accuracy of data that enables decisions to be made, I think is very important. I would say that perhaps in our industry, another thing is the kind of lead times involved. I mean, the gestation period for a satellite constellation, or for building a satellite or for developing a satellite launcher, is long. Much longer gestation periods than in other industries. You know, so that's a particularity of our industry that we have to face that makes some things difficult in terms of changing technologies. It can be, I mean, when we talked about extending the life of our geo satellites, we're operating geostationary satellites for 20 years. You know, we'll get a 20-year lifespan out of one satellite. That's an operational. So it was conceived 25 years ago from start until end of operational life. That's the kind of periods, gestation periods that we're talking about, which isn't, it's a part of our industry. It's not necessarily typical to all industries. So I'd say that's a specificity. Yeah. of our industry.
Thank you. I would say that for satellite operators, at least, the environmental impact depends a lot from the supply chain, which means things that are not under our control. And another thing that complicates things is that there aren't a lot of options out there. So, for example, the example of launchers. If we put here all together all the launching companies that are around, we cannot feel the fingers of two hands. So, and this extends also to different parts of the supply chain. Launching is one thing, and also the technologies that you need to put on the Earth station or on the satellite. There aren't a lot of suppliers around. So all of this to say, okay, we can compute the environmental footprint of a project, of a constellation, but the margin on how to improve things is very thin sometimes. But of course, it depends on the case that you're studying.
Yeah, on that point, so I don't remember in which industry it was. I think it was for the aviation. So of course, they have the same issue with relying on a lot of smaller companies to build their final product, and yet they are working with other smaller companies. They send like plenty of questionnaires trying to ask them the smaller company to measure, and then try to make them the smaller company understand that this is going to be in the coming years a real subject for them. That could be a way to decide if they keep working together or not. So I agree that we have a limited number of launchers and companies to work with. But if it's something that really matters to the big company, then you still have plenty of ways to work. And those questionnaires is a very easy and first step to do. But we could imagine many more ways to do so. And I just had another question for the operators here regarding the fact that we mentioned a bit the ozone impact earlier. Do you have any roadmap or strategies to try to quantify and maybe reduce the impact on the ozone layer with your products? Or is it something that for now is too early regarding the data we have? Thank you.
Maybe I take this one because, for example, in our industry association, I'm also the chair of the so-called sustainability task force. And I don't want to speak on behalf of Natalia, but for example, the industry has commissioned 2 studies on space sustainability, and one is exactly the impact of satellite re-entry on the atmosphere. From what we see is that there aren't a lot of studies around that make very clear conclusions. There is a lot of data, sometimes it's contradicting. There are different kind of studies for the same thing. So at least from an industry perspective, I can say that we're trying to put things in order and to understand the status quo of the studies. But this brings me to perhaps the point that we may disagree upon, on the fact that since things are not clear, what shall we do? Shall we say, okay, let's put regulation in place because otherwise this may go south, and if the impact on the atmosphere is less than what some of these studies is suggesting, do we change regulation? Then do we ask people to adapt to new regulation? I mean, it's a
or you can contribute to
problem.
research, right?
That this is what we are doing as an industry association. I cannot disclose to you how much money we spent, but it's a considerable amount of money. Of course, everything is relative. Thank you.
I just wanted to add on exactly on what you were saying. We have different studies with different results. We are a bit in the dark because we don't know which one to follow. And that's why, in my personal opinion, the level of ambition in the EU Space Act for the environmental part is actually very low, because we are just asking, please just use the same assumptions and do the calculation in the same way so that we can have reliable information. And we are not even saying that the regulator will pick up that information and put thresholds. We are just saying, let's just have that visibility, precisely because that will help to make these type of decisions, operational decisions, that you have, the industry that is here around the room already provided multiple examples and multiple challenges on, we want to do something, but the data is not very consistent, or we are missing the data, or each study points into a different direction, etc. In 2020, when I was in my early years in environmental space sustainability, we tried to do to measure the environmental footprint of the EU Space Programme. And I understood what a nightmare it was, because one, we don't have a common method, so we needed to create pieces and bits to try to. Then there was the data part, and of course, and then the assumptions. Even what you define in the system boundary, what is in or out of the calculation, has a huge impact on the end results. And then, yeah, we are not talking about the same thing. So this is a bit what is in that part of the problem that we're also trying to solve. So I'm glad to hear that at least I see it as maybe we are going in the right direction.
Indeed, for GSOA, this has been a change also. It's not that we haven't done studies before, but it's the first time that we also have engaged with academia into a different set of studies, no, and that are less policy related, let's say. On what you have said right now, I think that is the point that the colleagues have made before, of the importance of working with the industry on that. Because the knowledge that we have also as newcomers, in the sense, I've only been in the satellite sector also since 2017, but the industry normally tends to have the people that has experience for longer years, and the companies themselves have an experience that it's decades of it. So that's why the conversation with the experts, the ones that will be able to answer those questions, are in those companies, in the operators, in Arianespace, in all the other companies that are part of that chain, if we want to find actually the correct indicators, so that we are not using data that is misleading either.
Right. And let's say this EU Space Act reaches its final form as it is today. How does this impact your environmental responsibilities? And James, you're a clear supporter of the Space Act, but do you see it maybe, or the rest of you see it more of a burden than actual of a help, or would you change certain aspects of the proposal? And this also goes for Julien and Natalia. It would be great to know their views.
I guess there's two things to say. First thing is, obviously, the Space Act contains more than environmental things. I don't know if my answer is about the environmental aspects of the Space Act or the Space Act entirely. In terms of the environmental impact aspects of the Space Act, I think we're quite clear. We're participating in the PFCR working group, which is working to create these set of rules to calculate the environmental footprint, to enable us to calculate the environmental footprint in the same way. So we're a participant in that. We think it's very helpful. We think it's very positive work that we're doing that. It's standardizing things. It's sharing information. It's enabling us to move forward. We're doing it I'm here representing Eutelsat, and when I'm in these meetings, I'm sat next to my colleague from SES. So, I mean, we're doing it really kind of across the industry. So on that aspect, we support. I mean, I don't know if I want to just hand over as well, give my chance to my colleague Marcel, who deals with our institutional affairs. He's kind of coordinating our overall company response to the Space Act. I don't know if you want to have a couple of words, Marcel.
I can jump in. Thank you, James. I do space policy at Eutelsat. Glad to be here. Thank you for the question. But Bianca, you said most of it. We support indeed the EU Space Act. We think it's a necessary step towards higher standards, more and more harmonized standards. So we definitely support the EU Space Act. Because it protects also our satellites and our business, as you all said. And especially there is something super interesting in the EU Space Act. We mentioned it here many times already. It's the establishment of a level playing field. The fact that the EU Space Act, yes, will be applicable to all space service provider in the union, so to union space operator, but also third country space operator. So finally, here we have some rules that are applicable to everyone. There is competitiveness and so space sustainability. So this is a major aspect, and I think when we move forward in the text, looking at the text now at the Parliament, we should make sure there are not too many exemptions, and we should keep this level playing field for all space operators, space service providers. And as we said also, we are discussing a lot the EU Space Act, but we all agree that a lot remains to be seen, and I will join Mario saying that we are waiting also the implementing acts, and we need to be associated to that. The industry has a lot of experience, and for the enforcement, everyone needs also the involvement of the space operator. So happy to be here also for the implementing acts.
Also, to add to my question, for the EU Space Act, you don't see it as creating a competitive disadvantage to the US, for example?
Again, if I just, I mean, there's a wider point, but just on the environmental point, I would say no. I mean, I explained it when I did our presentation. We feel that, we're quite advanced in this field. We're calculating our carbon footprints. I know it's carbon, it's not all aspects, but, we have a decarbonization plan. We have targets. We're going quite far. We're already subject to things like the Sustainability Reporting Directive in Europe, which not all companies worldwide are, or even all companies in Europe. So we do think it's as well, really, even in the environmental terms, creating that level playing field. And the technical work that we're doing kind of below that is harmonizing rules and providing, we think, better data in terms of the calculation of carbon impacts. It's leading to the creation. We're working as part of it. We're working on creation of better data, which is going to be useful for everybody in the industry, quite frankly, to make better decisions. So we kind of, those are the myriad reasons really why we're kind of supporting it. But as everybody says, it depends on the detail. It depends on the implementing acts. Of course, it's in consultation today, but broadly speaking, that's the position.
So, just going back to the first question, so that in the lead up to the publication by the Commission of the Space Act, the draft Space Act, there were a series of documents from the Council, for example, on the status quo of the space traffic management. And so when I was looking at all those documents, I thought that the Space Act will be dealing mainly with areas of relating to space traffic management. And I think those are the areas where we see that there is a lot of positive aspects from the ideas that are in the Space Act. So I'm talking, for example, the idea that all spacecraft need to be maneuverable, the idea that all spacecraft need to be trackable, that we need to be sharing information. Alexander was mentioning earlier the difficulties that larger constellations, we can easily talk to each other, but when it comes to smaller operators, well, good luck with that. It's very difficult to contact them. It's very difficult to coordinate with them. So anything that can help with that, I think you will hear that larger constellations will definitely support that. The areas where we are concerned that there could be unintended consequences from the proposals that we see in the draft is particularly when it comes to this categorization that the Commission is coming up with. There are actually 5 different categories of operators. There are the research and universities, which are exempted from some of the safety obligations. Then you have operators that have between 1 and 10 satellites. Then you have operators that have between 10 and 100 satellites. Then you have operators that have between 100 and 1,000 satellites. And then you have operators that have more than 1,000 satellites. Now, I saw in the presentation from BEREC that you were mentioning these are the rules of the road. Well, as far as I know, the rules of the road are the same for everyone. They're not different for Volkswagen. They're not different for Fiat. They're not different for different operators. When you go to do the control technique, the technical control, every 2 years, it's not that they look at the brand of your car and they say, well, you will have different safety measures. It's not the right approach in our view. It's also counter to the incentives. We were saying earlier, the large constellations, we have the incentives. We have larger investments in our orbits. We have incentives, and actually the data shows that we are much better at ensuring space safety and sustainability than smaller operators. So in our view, the right approach would be to have the same rules for everyone, just as we have on the rules of the road. And you need to define what those rules should be, but they should be the same for everyone. And the second point is, I think the way the act is structured with a series of principles, let's say, and then a lot of details in the annexes, and then still a lot of details to be specified in implementing acts. I think there's a risk that that's going to create a lot of uncertainty, and we don't think that that's necessary. There are already many international standards on space safety and sustainability. You have ISO, you have the IADC, you have ESA. Earlier we saw the ESA debris mitigation requirements. There are plenty of standards on space safety and sustainability in there. So we don't think it's necessary to reinvent the wheel with another layer of different standards when they're already those are already there, developed by the experts. And I think we should rely on that rather than waiting for the development of those standards in implementing acts.
Thank you. With respect to what is positive or negative about the EU Space Act, which I believe is the purpose of your questions mainly. So with respect to, let's start with the positive. There is it's an opportunity to standardize and to harmonize. And this is what we really like about the EU Space Act, because you're going to harmonize not only within Europe, but also perhaps influence people outside Europe to adapt to the same standard. And also we understand that we would receive a single e-certificate, I believe it's called like this in the EU Space Act, that would allow us to comply with the space rules in all the Union, which is great because it reduces in the end red tape for us. We don't need to ask for many authorizations, we just need one. So these are the positive. Potentially negative is this reinventing the wheel, so not using the standard or existing standards, or coming up with new things completely. And I make you an example. Now, I cannot remember what article is, but the draft EU Space Act says that before launch, operators shall justify orbit choice considering existing spacecraft and debris. And then it said, the Commission will develop orbit selection methods. Okay, this doesn't exist. So based on what the Commission would do that, especially in these cases, please consider the industry, not only the academia, people like Massimiliano or Andrew, that of course they cooperate and participate at the IADC, but also talk to the industry, because we are, as global operators, we comply with, we know at least what are the existing rules and standards around. So perhaps space agency know it as well, but at least we are, we can provide our views on this. So let's not invent things that do not exist.
Yeah, I would say that the Space Act in the current form is a great start, but it's just the first step. As even for the general public, for more and more people start to think that you know, like space is getting like a junk and with like plenty of debris, and we need to have a strong European answer to say, okay, we are taking care of this for the debris, but also for the environmental impact. That's absolutely crucial. That's the first point. And the second point is the fact that for now, as we said, so we have this whole harmonizing thing that is absolutely great, but we just measure the impact. And so that cannot just be a first step. Second step will be to try to decrease that impact, and maybe based on the reference of a satellite, I repeat myself, but I think it's really key. We could say, okay, then we define a threshold, and if you go above that threshold, then we can do something that are more or less radical. Let's say you could say you don't have your frequency. You could say if you are below that threshold, then you can access the dedicated market. That could be nice incentives. But in order to have those incentives, that's are the things that really make sense and that really decrease the impact of the overall sector, and that is what we want. We need to have a clear vision on the PFC, of course. We need to have a clear harmonized vision on how do we measure things together. So that's going to come in the coming years. And I look forward to have this new version of Space Act, I will say, that goes a bit deeper than not just measure things, but really act for the space sector. But I think it's a really nice start.
Sorry, I'm taking the floor a lot, but you said something at the beginning with all due respect I disagree with. You said that we need the EU Space Act because space is becoming full of junk. This is a myth. This is not true. And studies show this. The highest risk in terms of debris in space is not due to the increase in launches or increase in number of satellites. It's due mainly to large bodies already existing, launched many years ago, that do not have any maneuverable capabilities, or by governments doing tests, launching missiles in orbits, etc. It's not due. Show me a study that says...
Yeah, but it's not helping, I guess, right?
Sorry, let me finish. Show me a study that says that the increasing risk is correlated by the number of new satellites belonging to constellation. This doesn't exist. EU Space Act is a good thing, but it seems that we are pushing the emergency button and we are focusing on the wrong emergency.
I see your point, but if one of those not maneuverable spacecrafts that are there collides with your satellite, we will have all gravity movie, except the part of Sandra Bullock at the end getting up and walking. That doesn't exist. But we will have the same chain effect in orbit, because you will have one non-maneuverable satellite hitting your satellite. And you see also, there's also the numbers of the increase of maneuvers in satellites because of risk of collisions. So that also reduces the lifespan of your satellite because you're burning fuel. So I'm not sure I see your point. I understand, because indeed the old ones you cannot move, but you still have in LEO a lot of things being launched now that are not maneuverable either. So not big constellations, but you have, I don't know, IOV, IOD demonstrations, you have CubeSats, etc., that they don't come down immediately.
Exactly, so, but you're accepting those from the highest, the strictest requirements in terms of safety and sustainability. That's what doesn't make sense in the act.
The safety part is not my beach, as we say it in Portugal. But I know that the colleagues also, one, you need to take into account, I understand your position. But for example, we are also being extremely pressured for member states to have exemptions and even go beyond this, even already public positions asking even for more exemptions. I can tell you for the environmental part, I had SMEs asking me, please, please, please do not exempt us. And yesterday I have member states saying, but we should exempt SMEs. You see, so we need to find a consensus here. And what you are saying here is actually quite important, that you provide also this input in the frame of the consultation that is open on the EU Space Act. It's also to support or maybe to introduce changes to what is there. You see, the proposal of the Commission is not set in stone, most likely for the next 2 years. And by experience in the past, what is the Commission proposal and what is the final binding document, there's a lot of changes. And this is the moment that everyone can provide input. We are starting to have conversations with the member states in the Council. Once we have the green light, it will start the conversations between Council and Parliament. And now until November, on the Act itself, everyone can also provide their point of view, and that will be taken into account in the conversations. So a lot can change, but this is the moment also to provide this type of feedbacks in official format. So that is also taken into account by the member states in the Council, and we are all agreed that we do something, one, that is meaningful. One, we don't have any interest in reinventing the wheel, to be honest. There is already best practice. Industry already has best practices, and we are trying actually to build on those. Both on the safety part, both on the environmental part, industry is currently already involved in these discussions, and the idea is also to involve them on what is going to happen after that. And again, this is actually a very good moment to provide a written input in the frame of, I even shared the link on my LinkedIn today, so you can even go there and check the link.
And I just wanted to say, I used to work in the Commission. I never understood why we were not consulting on draft proposals. It's the first time that I see the Commission doing that, and it's really much appreciated, because I think that should be standard procedure. Having the opportunity for industry to comment on something that is on the table that is going to be discussed by the co-legislators, it's a very helpful exercise. So really thanks for that. And hopefully we can have the same approach in the implementing acts, that you consult industry on a draft before it's submitted to comitology, so that we can have also a discussion about this. And I think it's important in this particular file for one reason. It's the first time that we're going to have a pan-European space law, Space Act. There are many member states that don't have the expertise, that this is what they're telling us. And they're really looking forward to understand what the industry's views are. So this is a special type of legislation, I would say. It's not like the Electronic Communications Code, where everybody has seen this 5 times already. It's the first time, and so I think it calls for a special type of procedure. And I would welcome if the Commission also consulted on the implementing acts.
The only thing I can say on that, in the EU Space Act, we are really the last cookie in the package in the frame of what are the rules in the European Union to produce pieces of legislation. Because even before we were drafting the legal text, and without disclosing it, of course, we had consultation workshops with industry, we had multiple consultation workshops with member states, and then based on those inputs, then we start drafting. So you see, and that is usually not the case or it's not that open, let's put it this way, and that is still our approach today, and it will be. But of course, we will need to do it within what is the rules of EU to produce pieces of legislation.
Right. I see we found the hot topic of today. People jumping in on the same question, but just to open the floor also to public, I saw some hands raised, and I'll start here. Sorry, you had your hand raised for quite a while.
Please, I will come back maybe later. It's about the exemption.
Okay.
I would like to make a point.
All right. Then in the back there is, please.
Thank you. It's Claire Lyons from Ofcom. I hesitate to ask a question about the EU, but I feel I must. Forgive me, because I sat through decades worth of negotiations on spectrum issues and satellite issues. And although this might be the EU Space Act might be the first pan-European space legislation, it's not the first pan-European satellite regulation. We had the MSS. So my question was really about how does DEFIS work with DG Connect in terms of deciding where the scope is. I know Thomas asked a question earlier about how does this intersect with the code in terms of telecommunication services. So I'd be fascinated to know how the two directorates work together. Thanks.
So this is a question not for one of the speakers of the panel, but please, if briefly.
Very
Yes,
briefly. So what happens, like I said, we do have very specific rules on how we interact. Even without the rules, we still interact. But we have a different remits also on which action of DEFIS takes and Connect takes. But of course, there's points of contact. So we are in close contact with. On the official procedure that we are obliged to follow, it means that before the commissioners decided on agreeing in the proposal and making the text public, there was what we call an inter-service consultation, an official process where absolutely, or at least a lot of the DGs, at least the ones that are more relevant for any piece of legislation, they are consulted and they provide comments or requests for changes. And if we don't take them into account, we also need to justify it, or we might need to engage in bilateral conversations to try to understand a bit the problem. And this was the case. There was extensive discussions even outside the formal procedure to liaise with DG Connect and to ensure that we had a common approach and no overlap and complementarity. So that was, we are in close contact.
Thank you. The question in the back, please.
Yes. Bonjour, Jean-Philippe Scherer, Airbus. So thank you very much for your comments. And from the industry side, we fully share most of your comments on and we welcome also the EU Space Act. I think this is something that is necessary. I would like to react and ask a short question, react to your point about the fact that it's about operations, but of course it has an impact on industry, and we have a role also to play. Especially we are analyzing now the the impact on the cost of all this regulation. It's not easy because some of the articles are not very accurate and no metrics there. So I think this will be a continuous exercise for the next year. My question is about if it's a cost, an additional cost, of course it may have an impact on your competitiveness and profitability. So don't you think that in this Space Act should be a kind of incremental approach? Because it's one law that will come in 1-2 years. And with a lot of potential article and consequences for industry and operators. And I wonder if it would not be wiser to make it more progressive and to prioritize what is very important at the beginning, instead of having all this very heavy law apply at once. Thank you.
Thank you. Who would like to take the question? Yeah. If you can keep it within 1-2 minutes. I'm very mindful of the time. Thank you.
No problem. No, thanks for the question. Absolutely, if it were gradual and perhaps starting from the simplest things or things that are standardized across the world, it would have minimum impact. And for example, if the probability of collision with those large objects should be less than 10 to the minus 3, that is the same standard applied in Canada, in the United States, etc., etc. So that would be almost no cost at all. The cost comes if there is a divergence. The second point I wanted to make about the gradual application, definitely what we would need would be to have a delay between the approval or the publication of the implementing acts and the entry into force of those technical rules, because we would need to vary the way we do things, or we manufacture a satellite, or we operate it, etc. So that element of time, I don't know if you are referring specifically to that, would be important for the industry. We need time to adapt, basically. That would be my 2 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Just to come back on this issue of exemptions, I would like to highlight that one of the issues for the space industry now and in the future, that many startups, many satellite, small satellite companies don't have the expertise on these issues. And I think this is also something that needs to be built. And in this sense, I don't believe this is such a great idea to exempt university, for example, of any rules, because on the contrary, a university project should be a great moment for students that wants to work in the space industry to get familiar with all the facets of the space industry. And one of the facets is the regulatory side. You may not like it, you may feel that it is additional burden, additional things, but this is the reality of the industry. So if you want to have a skilled task force, if you want to learn to teach them, I think, on the contrary, university projects should have regulatory aspects. Maybe it can be lighter, maybe we can discuss, this can be discussed. But I do believe this is really essential. And I see it, at least from the licensing procedure, for frequency licensing, a university is like any other actors. They need to comply with their general rules. Which means that they have to dedicate part of an engineering student, to do all this regulatory step. But on the counterpart, these students learn how to do it, and they can then say that this is an advantage for the space industry in general. And so, in my view, this should be also seen as a kind of future-looking, that it is important to train the students in space on the regulatory aspects, not only on the engineering part, which is a bit too much often the focus of universities. Thank you.
Thank you. And Marie, you had a question or a comment? Okay. All right. We also had a question online, I think, from Sandrine. I don't know if you want to take the floor. I can read your question. It was for Jordi. On a discussion you're having at Kuiper on end-of-life FCC rules for 5-year deorbitation, and what would be your rationale behind this?
To be honest, I'm not familiar with all discussions in the US, so I can't comment.
That was easy. So I think if there are no more questions in the room, we're already past the time we had for the panel. So thank you very much to everybody for your contributions and for the questions we received here and online. And I give the floor back to Mary and Tom. Thank you.
Just to thank you all for your contributions, and to all the participants here and online. Surely it has strengthened our knowledge and capacity on this multidimensional, as we understand the issues. We understood a bit the synergies behind it, and we got all the updates for the ongoing activities. So thanks a lot. I hope it was useful for everybody. I give the floor to Tom, if you want to say something.
No, thank you. I have nothing to add. Thank you very much to all the speakers, to all of you that have come to Brussels. And yeah, we expect to see you for future events next year and future events for BEREC. Thank you very much.